The mother of a 14-year-old accused car theft weighing in on juvenile crime. Just ahead on your Fox 45 Early Edition newscast, why she, like prosecutors, are calling on lawmakers to address the crisis. Plus, today marks 1 month since Rachel Morin was murdered. The progress police are making in the search for her killer.
Our temperatures are going to be heating up once again this afternoon. Could be breaking records again. We'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you. It is Tuesday, September 5th. I'm Taylor Stewart, and let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because it was so hot yesterday, and this morning it already feels kind of, seasonably coolish.
Yeah, well, not really. We're actually still pretty warm from what we saw yesterday. Upper 70s and lower 80s is where we are, so we didn't really cool down very much overnight. You can see our downtown Baltimore camera right now. We've got mainly clear skies as we look out over the Inner Harbor. 70s and 80s for Cockeysville and Towson, 81 in Baltimore and Woodlawn, 80 in Rosedale, 82 in Brooklyn Park. So, yeah, a warm Tuesday morning for sure. Another hot afternoon ahead, and then we will finally break this pattern by the time we get into the weekend and we'll be cooler. So morning drive, you'll probably need your AC on, upper 70s and low to mid 80s through the course of your morning commute. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
They need to stop making excuses. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
This morning in a city in crisis, a Baltimore mother believes arresting her 14-year-old daughter, who she says is stealing cars, could have saved her life. She says it happened in Baltimore, Towson, Cantonsville, White Marsh, and more. She's now calling for an ankle monitor each time her daughter is let out because of Maryland's juvenile justice laws.
She started getting arrested, and when she get arrested, they let her know they can't do anything. They can't detain her. She's underage. She can't be charged, or whatever the case may be.
She says the police department and the Department of Juvenile Services is failing to provide her with the resources and programs to help get her child on the right path. There are other cases of juveniles wearing ankle monitors when accused of committing crimes. 2 of the young people arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting were also wearing ankle monitors from the Department of Juvenile Services, a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old. It's been 2 months since the Brooklyn Day party ended with 2 people dead and 28 others injured. Many of those victims were young people, and now we're learning 2 of the people facing charges related to the shooting are also teens. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Fox 45's Olivia Dance is going to join us live with the latest on the investigation. With juveniles facing charges for the Brooklyn Day shooting, it adds to the growing list of youth violence we've seen this year. Many prosecutors across Maryland are now demanding major changes to the state's juvenile justice laws.
What we're realizing when we talk to young people is that young people, the juveniles, know there's nothing that we can do.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them, they're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one, can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day.
The state attorneys are taking issue with 2 laws in particular. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act, which prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes, and the Child Interrogation Act, which keeps police from questioning juveniles without an attorney or parent present. Lawmakers had a chance to amend those laws during the session this year, but did not approve any changes. Fox 45 News sent questions to the governor's office last month asking about what changes need to be made to hold juveniles accountable. In response, the governor's office sent us a statement saying the governor will continue working with legislators and community leaders to bring solutions that provide real measures of accountability. Continuing coverage this morning, today marks 1 month since the murder of 37-year-old Rachel Morin. The prolonged search for the suspect is prompting some to question why police haven't announced more progress in the investigation.
I worry very much that the perpetrator of this act, this heinous act, is still out there.
I think everybody's awaiting answers. Yeah, I mean, it's a hot topic around town.
The latest update from the Harford County Sheriff's Office happened more than 2 weeks ago. They claim DNA evidence matches a potential suspect, but it has not led to an arrest. They don't even know where this man could be. The Sheriff's Office says they've been working around the clock, sorting through some more than 500 tips. that there's not slowing down. In a statement, a spokesperson for their office writing, quote, "This case is far from cold. There are still leads being pursued and technological evidence still being processed." They're also calling on the community to keep sending those tips in, saying, quote, "No matter how insignificant they feel, the information they have could be a piece of information that unlocks this case." In terms of the suspect's DNA, one law enforcement expert believes detectives will use sites like Ancestry.com to find potential distant relatives of the suspect, like a
cousin or a second cousin or a third cousin. And then that investigator has a lead to work from, knowing that they have a second or third cousin. And then they start making phone calls and, do you know so-and-so? Have you heard from so-and-so?
Hartford County Police say the suspect is seen in this video, allegedly leaving a home after a home invasion and assault in Los Angeles. He was arrested back in March, and police say he's of Hispanic descent, about 5'9", 160 pounds. The reward for anyone with information in this case has gone up to $10,000. If you'd like to leave a tip, contact the Hartford County Sheriff's Office or Metro Crime Stoppers. Staff shortages continue at the beach this holiday weekend. The problems it posed as nearly 400 water rescues were needed. And today, we're not only going to be hot, but we are potentially going to be record-breaking hot. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracks how long this heat will stick around. And before we head to the break here, a look at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, we didn't cool off much overnight. Our temperatures are still pretty warm as you make your way out here early. That's going to be the best time to be outside because it's going to be another scorcher here for the afternoon. On your out the doorcast, want to make sure to grab the sunglasses. No need for the jacket or the umbrella. And also make sure to think about getting that sunblock on as well if you're going to be outside on your Tuesday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
In Baltimore City, police are investigating an arson in West Baltimore. 3 cars were found on fire early yesterday morning on Cocoa Lane and Clifton Street. No injuries have been reported, but police say they are investigating this as arson. In Ocean City, crews make nearly 400 water rescues at the beaches this holiday weekend. It comes as Ocean City deals with some end-of-summer staffing shortages. They only have 33 lifeguards who were on duty over the weekend. That's about a third of the usual amount of staff along the 10-mile stretch of beach. Officials say rip currents caused by Hurricane Franklin likely led to more dangerous swimming conditions. Download your Fox 45 News app for your breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. Still to come this morning, an update on those stranded at the Burning Man Festival in Nevada, how the roads are shaping up following Friday's shelter-in-place order. And could migraines and stroke risk have a connection beyond just younger women? After the break, the study that's bringing even more questions to the surface. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Angela Brown. This morning on the National Desk, from the mouths of the FBI, the southern border is a significant security issue. The former head of Border Protection joins us to talk about it. That's this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. All right, topping your health headlines, migraines and stroke risk could now be linked for women later in life. When it comes to younger women, it's already been established that migraines are a risk factor for stroke. Medical reporter Barbara Morse joins us with the answers researchers are looking for.
If you've ever had a migraine, you know it. This type of headache can be intense and debilitating, and it's common.
It affects up to 14% of the general population, and it's 2 to 3 times more common in women.
Which is why women are the focus of a new study out of Rhode Island Hospital.
It's just getting off the ground.
Dr. Tracy Madsen is leading this national research on a possible connection between migraine in younger women and stroke later in life. They have a pool of 160,000 older women already enrolled in the Women's Health Initiative.
We know that things like high blood pressure, diabetes, abnormal heart rhythms, lack of physical activity. We know a lot about the kind of traditional risk factors for stroke in older women.
Now they're hoping to determine if they should add migraine to the list.
We'll look at risk factors. We'll look at women and whether or not they had a diagnosis of migraine when they were enrolled. We'll look at whether or not they were having active headache symptoms. Some of the medications that women might be taking for migraine, how do those affect the risk for stroke down the road? Do they help? Do they hurt? We don't have those answers.
Over the next 2 years, they hope to have some answers.
The idea is that we'll have more information about how to counsel women with migraine, what to tell them about what medications to take, what to tell them about how to manage their risk factors.
This research is made possible by the American Heart Association, one of 7 research projects it's funding, looking at the links between migraine, stroke, and cardiovascular disease in women. I'm medical reporter Barbara Morse.
All right, we're taking you live to the Bay Bridge, the Inner Harbor, and Towson. As today we're tracking hot temperatures that could break records once again. The Baltimore City Health Commissioner is even declaring a code red for extreme heat through Thursday. Yesterday became the hottest day of the year on record, but tomorrow we could hit the triple digits. Let's go ahead and get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at your forecast. So I thought it was a little cooler this morning, maybe because I slept the window open, but it is very, very
No, it's warm. We're in the upper 70s and lower 80s, so those temperatures, some are close to the average high we see this time of year.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're talking about here this morning. But we'll see those numbers that will continue to climb as we head toward the afternoon. Another day with upper 90s, more than likely breaking records for the 3rd day in a row. We broke a record Sunday and yesterday. And as Taylor mentioned, the hottest day so far this year. Still have not gotten to the triple digits, but that could happen within the next couple of days. We're going to be real close to it here even today. Our Towson cam right now, not too bad as we look out down over York Road. 81 is your temperature. This is what I was talking about. 83 is our average high temperature for this time of year. So being pretty close to that number at 4 o'clock in the morning, not really cool, literally. So northwest wind about 7 to 10 miles an hour, and that dew point in the upper 60s. Now, dew point trend is going to go up, so we're going to have more of that humidity into tomorrow and especially into Thursday and Friday. Even though our numbers will start coming down for the weekend, our humidity is going to be coming back up. But that really sticky day tomorrow could prompt heat advisories because we'll have more moisture in the atmosphere and then temperatures that are going to be in the upper 90s. It will definitely feel like triple digits for that day. Upper 70s and lower 80s over the next couple of hours in your rise and shine cast. Sun coming up at 6:39, goes to bed tonight at 7:31, and now we're inside of meteorological autumn, but that first day of autumn coming up on the 23rd this month. That's on a Saturday morning. Mid 80s is typically where we are. Nowhere near those numbers again today across Carroll and Baltimore counties. First day of school for Carroll County, and those kids are going to be steamy. Mid 90s in Westminster and Eldersburg, 97 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, almost 100 in Perry Hall and White Marsh for this afternoon. Also numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, upper 90s for you across the board. And even in the Eastern Shore where Caroline, Kent, and Cecil counties get back to school today, you're seeing those low to mid 90s for your highs this afternoon. So plenty of sunshine in effect, and that means that sunblock cast in the UV index extreme category. 10 to 15 minutes is what we're talking about. That's how quickly you can burn. And look at our temperature tracker. We've got at least about 2, if not 3 more days well above average. Finally seeing some breaks in that temperature. And by the time we get into Saturday and Sunday, those numbers cruising back down into the 80s. Definitely more palatable. Now, on your sprinkler cast, you want to get the watering done early or in the evening time. That's what you want to make sure to do. We are not getting any help from Mother Nature in terms of any rain. Mid to upper 90s today and tomorrow and in through Thursday. We'll have the potential for a couple of pop-up storms on Thursday afternoon and into Friday as well. But as we head toward the weekend, overall looking pretty good. We've got the Ravens game Sunday, and then the O's are back in town on Monday. So lots of great sports happening this upcoming weekend.
All right, Baltimore is opening a number of cooling centers for residents who need a safe place to avoid the heat today. Throughout the week, the department is going to be opening multiple sites starting at 9 a.m. That includes the Harper Senior Center, the Sandtown Westchester Senior Center, and those other cooling areas will run until 7 p.m. Those who are homeless can cool off at Beans and Bread from 9 to 1. The Housing Authority will open a center for city residents at Cherry Hill Homes from 8:30 to 4 p.m. Now, for more information on how to stay safe during this code red, go to foxbaltimore.com. All right, now let's get over to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Everything seems to be moving smoothly here at this hour. We're going to go ahead and check in with the MTA. We've got Austin Todd with the MTA with us. Good morning.
Taylor, good morning. Hope everyone had a great Labor Day holiday. Looking pretty good out there so far this morning. Not seeing any significant delays on the light rail system. Everything looks good from top to bottom. Metro Subway starts at 5 o'clock. They are on schedule this morning as well. No delays on the MARC train. Penn trains 403 and 505 are both on time this morning. So overall, a pretty good start to our Tuesday. Looking good out there so far.
All right, thanks so much to Austin Todd. We're looking ahead this weekend, though, to a country music festival experience coming to White Marsh. It's happening at the Volunteer Fire Department this Saturday as they host an outdoor concert featuring artists like Travis Denning, Ashley Cook, and a local band, Boot and Rally. They're expecting about 1,000 people to come out this weekend with the festivities complete with food, beverages. It's the 5th year of this concert, and tickets are still available. Those gates open at 5 p.m. The concert begins at 6:15. If you need more information, go ahead and get your tickets. We've got it on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. This week marks the return of Congress from their summer recess, the biggest problem at hand, and how they're going to try to avoid a government shutdown. And as the war rages on between Ukraine and Russia, a new defense minister might be in store for one of them. Still to come, more on the nomination and the latest attacks on Ukraine soil. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Developing this morning, Iran is slowing the production of its weapons-grade uranium. According to the United Nations nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency says Iran has 268 pounds of uranium, enriched up to 60%. That's short of the weapons-grade level for 90%. According to the report obtained by the Associated Press, Iran's stockpile is growing at its slowest pace since 2021. Still, the agency notes new challenges in efforts to monitor Iran's nuclear program, accusing the country of denying visas for agency officials. In Ukraine, the country's defense minister is being replaced as the war with Russia continues. Just yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he will ask Ukraine's parliament to replace Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov. Now, submitted his resignation just after this announcement, Zelensky is nominating the former People's Deputy of Ukraine to become the new defense minister. Meantime, Russia continues to attack Ukraine. Ukrainian officials say Russia launched drone attacks on infrastructure in the port city of Odessa once again Sunday night. A majority of the drones were shot down. In the southern region, Ukraine's Romanian Defense Ministry says Russian drones struck a Ukrainian port on the Danube River, which is just over the border from Romania. Romania condemns this attack. All right, now making headlines at our nation's capital. We're taking you live here as lawmakers are set to return from a month-long recess this week. The biggest problem at hand right now is reaching a deal so the government will not run out of money by the end of this month. National correspondent Christine Frizzau explains.
The quiet lull of Capitol Hill serving as a contrast for what to expect in the weeks to come.
If you look at all the information we've been able to gather so far, it is a natural step forward that you would have to go to an impeachment inquiry.
That impeachment inquiry into President Biden raising accusations GOP lawmakers are doing the bidding of former President Trump, who posted on social media, "Impeach the bum," adding, "They did it to us."
I will not vote to fund the government unless we have passed an impeachment inquiry on Joe Biden.
Speaking of spending, that top priority for lawmakers could already be stuck in quicksand. One of the most vocal members of the House Freedom Caucus providing us a preview before departing for August recess.
We control the power of the purse.
Texas Congressman Chip Roy imploring his Republican colleagues to use that power to try to get concrete changes made at the FBI, with social policies in the military, and to push forward a border bill passed along party lines in the House.
Or will we curl up in a little ball like we tend to do every single year and say, oh no, they're going to criticize us for a government shutdown?
In the Senate, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer already making clear in a letter to his colleagues, quote, House Republican extremists will be to blame for forcing a government shutdown, a prospect some warn is already weighing on American business owners.
They are worried. They're very worried. What businesses need to be successful is predictability. You know, predictability, some semblance of, regular order.
Regular order not predicted to be widely present on Capitol Hill.
We have one bill out of 12 completed because extremists are holding your conference hostage.
The hostage taking and finger pointing, though, expected in full force. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
First Lady Jill Biden tests positive for COVID-19. President Biden has tested negative and will continue testing throughout the week. The First Lady is reportedly experiencing mild symptoms. The president returned to the White House last night while Jill Biden is staying at the family's Delaware home.
It's been 2 months since Baltimore's biggest mass shooting, and so far there have been 4 arrests. Coming up next, a law enforcement expert explains why an investigation like this takes so long.
Today starts week 2 of the new school year for many students. Topping our next half hour, how Harford County plans to get its students to school after last week's massive problems.
And it's another hot day ahead. We're going to be talking about breaking records for the 3rd day in a row. We're back with your forecast in just a bit.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are in a code red for extreme heat in Baltimore. Our region is entering day 2 of dealing with some pretty intense heat. Taking you live to the Inner Harbor, Towson, and the Bay Bridge this morning as temperatures are expected to be right under triple digits. Good morning on this Tuesday, September 5th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at this forecast. Another day of record-breaking heat.
That's right, guys, and it's actually day 3 today because we had a record on Sunday, we had a record yesterday, and we're more than likely going to be breaking records today and even tomorrow as well. This is our Towson cam right now. Overall, still dark and kind of mild or even warm. Look at these numbers, upper 70s and lower 80s. Typically, 83 is our average high for this time of year, and we're pretty close to that number in Baltimore City right now. 78 Owings Mills, 76 in Towson, so we didn't get much relief overnight. A warm Tuesday morning, another hot afternoon. Finally, we'll get some cooler numbers moving in by the time we head into the weekend, but we got to get through another hot day. And even this morning on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says take it slow and get that AC on with lower 80s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Taking a look at your Lens Stoller traffic network, and you can see some of the area cameras that we have up. No reports of any incident, as you see in these 4 cameras around the Baltimore region.
They need to stop making excuses. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
Well, this morning in a city in crisis, a Baltimore mother believes arresting her 14-year-old daughter, who she says is stealing cars, could save her life.
Now, she says it's happened in Baltimore, Towson, Keatonsville, White Marsh, and more, all while she's wearing an ankle monitor. Each time her daughter is let out because of Maryland's juvenile justice laws.
She started getting arrested, and when she get arrested, they let her know they can't do anything. They can't detain her. She's underage. She can't be charged, or whatever the case may be.
Well, she says the police department and the Department of Juvenile Services is failing to provide her with resources and programs to help put her kid on the right path.
There are other cases of juveniles wearing ankle monitors and accused of committing crimes. 2 of the young people arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting were also wearing our ankle monitors from the Department of Juvenile Services, a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old.
It has been 2 months since the Brooklyn Day party ended with 2 people dead, another 28 injured. Many of the victims were juveniles, and now we're learning that 2 of the people facing charges related to the shooting also juveniles. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance joins us live with the latest on this investigation. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, that's right. So far, police have made 4 arrests, but none directly connected to the homicides. Now, Melissa Pinkleton, a law enforcement expert and former Nashville police sergeant, walks us through the process of what detectives might be doing behind the scenes. Take a listen to what she said.
What that tells me is they have found key individuals who were involved with either the plotting or the planning or the carrying out, and they have put those individuals in separate rooms. And somebody's talking, and they're not going to tell you that. I'll tell you that. That's what happens when you have a scenario like this and you finally get some key players. They are separating them. They're dividing and conquering.
Last week, Baltimore police announced 2 arrests in the case, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. In all, 4 suspects arrested so far, but no one arrested yet has been directly charged with the murder of the 2 people who were shot and killed. Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying their detectives are working around the clock. Now, Pinkleton says an investigation like this takes time.
We need to let the officers take the information that they have, go through it, do a thorough investigation, because you want the conviction in court. And if you sacrifice quality for speed, you're not going to get a conviction.
Now, of course, if you have any information about this case, you can remain anonymous and could be eligible for a reward by calling Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has also done extensive reporting on the 3 organizations that released after-action reports in the wake of that mass shooting. Baltimore Police, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and the Housing Authority of Baltimore City. Our complete coverage is available online right now at foxbaltimore.com.
With juveniles facing charges for the Brooklyn Day shooting, it adds to the growing list of youth violence that we've seen this year. Many prosecutors across Maryland are now demanding major changes to the state's juvenile justice laws.
What we're realizing when we talk to the young people is that young people, the juveniles, know there's nothing that we can do.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them. They're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one. Can't detain them. they're back in the community again the next day.
The state's attorneys are taking issue with two laws in particular. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. The Child Interrogation Act keeps police from questioning juveniles without a parent and attorney present. Lawmakers had a chance to amend those laws during this year's legislative session, but didn't approve any changes.
Fox 45 News sent questions to Governor Westmore's office last month asking about what changes need to be made to hold juveniles accountable. In response, the governor's office sent us a statement reading, the governor will continue working with legislators and community leaders to bring solutions that provide real measures of accountability.
Kids in Howard County could finally see their bus this morning. How many routes have been restored as of this morning?
And the shutdown showdown. Congress returns with fresh battles to fight over funding. How the new session could put President Biden on the road to impeachment.
Warm temperatures this morning, more hot temperatures this afternoon. We'll break down what records could fall today. It's coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Congress heads back to work today after a month-long summer recess.
Lawmakers have a lot on their plate and not much time to get things done. Taylor Stewart is in our live center with more on the budget deadline that's facing Congress. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. A live look over Capitol Hill this morning as lawmakers trickle back into office today, gearing up for a fight over the federal budget. Right now, there are 25 days left to decide on the next federal spending bill to avoid a government shutdown. A vote from the House could come as soon as this week, but hardly likely. Both sides have signaled they're open to passing a continuing resolution. That would keep the government operating, but as Republicans target budget cuts, the idea becomes less appealing considering the nation's deficit. Take a look here. This is new watchdog group projects federal debt will double this year to nearly $2 trillion. That's mostly due to high interest rates, lower tax revenue, and high inflation. But take a look here, back out live, as you can see, look at that graph. This is in the trillions here, 0 to 35. We've just seen that number go up from 2019 to 2023. Right now, $306 billion has been the debt that we've accumulated in the last month. At the same time here, the Biden administration is really is gearing up right now for a high showdown right now against the Republicans who are calling for his impeachment. We'll give you updates here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Well, today marks day 5 of the manhunt for the convicted killer on the run in Pennsylvania, where authorities say he was last spotted as that investigation into his escape continues.
Plus, an update on those stranded at the Burning Man Festival in Nevada, how the roads are shaping up following Friday's shelter in place. 5:10, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local. .512 now, an update this morning. The search continues in Pennsylvania for a convicted killer on the run. Authorities say 34-year-old Danilo Cavalcante escaped from Chester County Prison August 31st. Police set up a perimeter and are searching a wooded area of Chester County. They say there have been 4 confirmed sightings of Cavalcante since his escape. He was most recently spotted from a distance by a state trooper Sunday afternoon.
We'll contain him, and we will eventually catch him. We will do it as quickly as possible. Obviously, it takes time. He is desperate. He does not want to be caught. He has very little to lose at this point.
Authorities say Cavalcante is considered an extremely dangerous person. He was recently convicted of first-degree murder for killing his former girlfriend in 2021. Officials say the investigation into his escape is ongoing.
Now to an update on those stranded at the Burning Man Festival in Nevada. Roads out of the venue have been reopened, allowing the tens of thousands who were stranded in the desert to go home. The festival has been closed to cars since Friday night after heavy rain covered the property with thick mud. Festival goers were asked to shelter in place, conserve food and water for several days.
People are trying to get out, but the roads are still pretty muddy and there's still standing water. And so there's new roads that are forming around. And that's just people working together to get each other out of jams.
At least one death has been reported, but organizers say it was not weather related.
Well, the state of Utah is seeing their first snow of the season, despite the fact that it's still summer. Higher elevations near Salt Lake City saw a good dusting of snow yesterday. Some roads were even completely covered.
Well, here in Maryland, we're experiencing quite the opposite. Taking you live to the Bay Bridge. Inner Harbor in Towson, as today we are tracking hot temperatures that could be record-breaking again. Health Commissioner is even declaring code red for extreme heat through Thursday. Yesterday became the hottest day of the year. By tomorrow, we could hit triple digits.
Man, I felt that heat yesterday.
Yes.
It was a hot one. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here to fill us in on just how we're going to feel.
Well, and some of the orange that we saw on that map right there, those are heat advisories for Washington County as well as Allegheny County in western Maryland. Right. So that's when basically the heat and humidity cause it to feel like 105 or hotter. Now, we may very well get into a heat advisory for us here tomorrow. The good news is the dew point temperatures are not going to be as bad. Tomorrow it's going to be a little bit stickier, and that's why we could see those heat advisory numbers for us here, or the heat advisories in our immediate area. But our Towson cam right now, nice and quiet, although our temperatures are warm. When you look at 82 degrees, that typically is close to what our average high temperature is for the afternoon in early September. We know we had that nice taste of fall to kick off the weekend, and then things really started cranking up on Sunday and continued yesterday as well. Now, the next 12 hours, all we're going to do is see those numbers go back up, and we're talking mid to upper 90s once again, especially as we get later into the afternoon with that daytime heat. So we broke a record on Monday, 99 degrees, and again, that was the hottest day of the year so far. We're going for another high of 99 today and tomorrow, and if you look at the records for today and tomorrow, you can see they're at 96 and 98 degrees respectively. So more than likely we'll end up with, well, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 days in a row with temperatures that are in the record category. Now, as for those kids getting back to school, especially those in Carroll County and Cecil, Kent, and Caroline County, beep, beep, on the Eastern Shore, this is your first day of school, and we've got a warm morning with a hot afternoon. We always talk about the bus stop forecast and what to dress the kids with. Well, something you got to think about on hot weather days like today. We want to stay hydrated. Make sure those kiddos have loose, lightweight clothes. Also want to take plenty of breaks in the shade or in the AC, and you want to check in on your neighbors and your pets too. You want to make sure those pets are inside. Here's the 8 to 14 day temperature outlook. This is for September 11th through the 17th, so next week. And look what happens. This nice blue settles in, so we'll be below average by next week. We just have to get through the next 3 or 4 days before this heat finally starts to break. Check out some of these numbers, mid to upper 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. A lot of us really flirting with that 100-degree mark, even though it will feel that way. Upper 90s again for you in Howard and Arundel counties for this afternoon. And you can see that UV index still in that extreme category. So if you're going to be outside for any amount of time, and I know a lot of people work outside, you have to make sure to get that sunblock on. Only 10 to 15 minutes is all it takes for that burn time. Now, as we get a little bit closer to that first day of autumn, well, that sun angle, which will be a little bit less intense. But when you have temperatures like this, that's when you really have to kind of reprogram yourself to think, okay, it's not fall yet. It definitely is still summer. But here's our temperature tracker. And notice after tomorrow, we start to go kind of downhill with our numbers. Not Utah snow temperatures, but mid 80s into Saturday and Sunday, and then eventually lower 80s as we head into the first part of next week. Get the watering done early or late. Don't do it in the middle of the day. All you're doing is just wasting water, and that's helping to kind of burn that grass, if you still have some grass out there. Meanwhile, our future scan staying very dry here for the next couple of days. On Thursday, that's finally going to be our chance to get some relief in terms of some pop-up showers and thunderstorms by Thursday afternoon into the evening time, and that is ahead of another cold front that's going to eventually make its way here and again switch up that weather pattern. So again, here's your 7-day forecast. Lots to talk about with those 90s continuing through Friday. Finally, by Saturday, we're back to the 80s. Looking good for that Ravens game on Sunday. May see a stray shower or two, but numbers will be back into the mid 80s for the home opener. And then the O's are back in town on Monday next week with some very nice fall weather on our way.
Nearly a dozen Baltimore City public schools will close early today and tomorrow because of extreme heat. None of the 11 impacted schools have working air conditioning, and students will have virtual lessons. School system was supposed to have air conditioning installed in all schools by this school year. Now they say they'll have air conditioning by the end of this school year. In Baltimore County, all outdoor BCPS practices and games are canceled today because of this extreme heat. This does not affect any indoor practices or games.
Let's get a check now of our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a look around the highways in our area. Barely anybody up and out, a few people, and right now they're moving along smoothly. No incidents or accidents to report. Let's get a check of mass transit now. Here's Austin Todd with the MTA. Good morning, Austin.
Hey, Patrice, good morning, everyone. Things are looking pretty good out there this morning. Our Tuesday morning is off to a great start. Well, no major delays in the light rail system. Everything is on schedule from top to bottom. Metro Subway starting off this morning off to a great start as well. No major delays at this time. On the MARC train system, Penn trains 403 and 405 are both still on schedule. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thank you.
Well, we have 2 recall alerts for you this morning.
The first is for tens of thousands of Tommy brand high chairs sold in the U.S. and Canada.
Now, the Consumer Product Safety Commission claims fall hazards for 83,000 chairs due to seat bolts attaching to the base coming loose. And there have been at least 24 reports of falls, 11 of them resulting in injuries. Tommy's website says the chairs were sold at Bed Bath & Beyond, Target, Toys R Us, Walmart, and Amazon.
The other recall is for ConAgra brand's frozen chicken strips because they could contain pieces of plastic. More than 245,000 pounds of the Banquet chicken strips meal are being recalled. They have best if used by dates of December 11th, 2024, January 1st of 2025, or January 7th of 2025. There has been at least 1 reported injury so far. Anyone with the recalled product is urged to throw them away or return them to the store.
A video of athletes and fans scrambling at the Baltimore high school football game could have lasting impacts beyond the city lines. Still ahead this morning, the ripple effect this could have on future games.
And a legal challenge to Georgia's redistricting map. How it could impact your 2024 election. Just ahead here at the Live Center. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
524 and trending this morning, Steve Harwell, the former lead singer of Smash Mouth, has died.
Now, the band's manager says Harwell died yesterday morning at his home in Boise, Idaho, surrounded by his family and friends. He died from acute liver failure.
Harwell was a founding member and a longtime frontman for the Grammy-nominated band Smash Mouth, known for its hits like All Star and Then the Morning Comes. He retired from the band in 2021, citing health issues. Recently, it was announced that Harwell would be entering hospice care. He was 56 years old.
Elsewhere in the music industry, after 18 years, the Rolling Stones will release new music, album titled Hackney Diamonds. Details of the release will be shared tomorrow at an event in East London's Hackney district, where The Tonight Show host Jimmy Fallon will interview Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, and Ronnie Wood. You can watch a live stream event of that tomorrow morning exclusively on YouTube at 9:30 our time.
Could we break a record once again when it comes to the temperatures? Coming up, our Weather Authority team is tracking just how hot it could be today and then when the next weather maker could roll around.
The transportation troubles continue for Howard County schools. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, the solutions that parents and students can expect this week. You're watching Fox 45.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, September 5th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. 4 counties in our viewing area. Kids are heading back to school, and the bus stop, it's going to be warm.
That includes my child.
Yes.
Getting up soon for school. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the forecast, and here we go.
It's almost like I just want to put that pumpkin cream cold brew thing that I got on Friday back and send it back so I can get back into, you know.
I told you it was too soon. I mean, right. Yeah. We told you so.
Anyway, 70s and 80s this morning as you get outside. It is still summer, obviously, and we've got this heat wave that we're in the midst of at this time. Now, look at the stadiums looking beautiful. You can see kind of red, white, and blue for both Camden Yards as well as M&T Bank stadiums, and we are talking about Football and baseball at the end of this weekend and into early next week. So all the sports will be lit up and ready to go. 70s and 80s for a lot of us here. Westminster and Bel Air into Baltimore City, 80 in Annapolis right now. Out for a run or a jog? Yeah, I have mild, but let's go ahead and say warm. I mean, we're seeing lower 80s here this morning. Those snowballs are going to melt quickly if you still are getting those. Tuesday and Wednesday, we're talking about temperatures close to 100 degrees. We'll get a little relief on Thursday as we're tracking some showers and storms, and then don't worry, by the time we head to the weekend, it will feel a little bit more fall-like. Back for your forecast in just a few.
Well, taking a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network here. Coming up on 5:30 this morning, you can see the roads, some of the cameras around the area looking wide open. No issues to report in the Baltimore region.
This morning, we are continuing our coverage on the search for a suspect responsible for opening fire and hitting a 12-year-old outside of a football game at Dunbar High School last week.
Now, after the shooting, many took to social media, sharing their thoughts, writing, quote, "The kids can't even play football in peace." City Councilman Isaac Yitchy-Slifer chiming in, writing, "It is not normal for these students to hear popping sounds and immediately know it's gunshots." Now, some are questioning if Friday's shooting could keep people away from Baltimore City.
In some sense, it's nothing new. It's the same drumbeat. But sometimes we do have these crimes that are very visible, very impactful. This is one of those crimes that attracts a lot of attention. Again, this interchange between city and county, which we all want. But instead of celebrating these young men and their athletic pursuits, we see violence, and we see fans in panic.
The 12-year-old boy is still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. We'll keep you updated on air and online as the story develops.
Turning now to Howard County schools, where it's been a bumpy start to the new school year. Students and their buses have arrived late, in some cases not showing up at all. Last week, the superintendent addressing those issues, and this week, we're expecting improvement. Olivia Dance is joining us live in Columbia with an update from the school district. Olivia.
Well, Tom, 20 bus routes were impacted by those transportation troubles, but today 12 of those 20 routes will be restored. Some of those buses take students right here to Wild Lake High School, but the school district says that they still expect some delays again this week, especially for the schools that start at 8:40 and 9:15 in the morning. Last week, Superintendent Michael Martirano gave an update on the delays and said their new bus contractor, Zoom Transportation, that's based out of California, had 20 drivers call out, temporarily suspending 20 bus routes. I asked the superintendent if he now regrets his decision to sign a contract with Zoom, a contract that accounts for more than half the school system's total bus budget. Take a listen to what he said.
For the last several years, having 95 to 105 vacancies every year is not acceptable either. So we wanted to implement a different delivery with a different contract that had access to a national body of individuals who could come in and support us as bus drivers.
He says the contract was an effort to combat bus driver vacancies. Other errors that contributed to the bus issues include contractor technology issues and the data and routes provided to contractors, causing drivers to get lost. The district says bus drivers were out this weekend practicing their routes to ensure they can be as efficient as possible for this second week of school. Adjustments to school start times by no more than 10 minutes are also being considered. The district says it continues to work to fix the issues. Any updates can be found on the district website, including updates about buses that are running behind. For now, reporting live in Howard County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Carroll, Caroline, Cecil, and Kent counties are just heading back to school today. Here's a live dark look over Westminster High School in Carroll County as they are just a few hours away from opening their doors. Happy first day to all of you returning to school today, and be sure to chime in your back to school pictures. Scan the QR code on your screen to show us your pictures and your videos. The QR code will take you to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can submit them. 5:33 now. An ongoing battle of Georgia's redistricting map could have a significant impact on the 2024 election.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with more on this court battle. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. Look, according to the AP, Democrats and Georgia could gain a seat in the House and multiple seats in the legislature. That is if a judge rules that Republicans redrew maps illegally, weakening black voters' power. A trial beginning today is part of a wave of litigation progressing after the U.S. Supreme Court earlier this year stood behind its interpretation of the Voting Rights Act. They rejected Alabama's challenge to that law. Now, this case is expected to take 2 weeks. If the judge rules against the state, he'll likely order Georgia's Republican-controlled General Assembly to redraw districts. Before the 2024 congressional and state legislative election, that could have an impact. Those court cases that are challenging district lines after the 2020 census could shape elections, not only in Georgia, but Alabama and Louisiana and Florida, South Carolina, Texas. We'll keep you updated here at the Life Center.
Today marks 1 month since Rachel Morin was murdered. The desperate plea and warning now coming from her sister.
Today, we are not only going to be hot, but we could potentially break records again. Coming up, how long the heat will stick around. 5:35, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. All local.
Welcome back, everybody. You can see just how warm it is, kind of. At least it feels warm. If you haven't made your way outside yet, we're going to see those temperatures that will continue to be warm this morning. Heading out the door, yeah, no jacket or umbrella required, but definitely the sunglasses, sunblock. Stay hydrated today. We're talking about heat safety tips, and it's early September, but yet it is officially still summer, with low to mid 80s continuing for the next couple of hours on your morning drive.
Well, today marks 1 month since the murder of 37-year-old Rachel Morin.
The prolonged search for a suspect is prompting some to question why police haven't announced more progress in the investigation.
I worry very much that the perpetrator of this act, this heinous act, is still out there.
I think everybody's waiting answers. Yeah, I mean, it's a hot topic around town.
The latest update from the Harford County Sheriff's Office was more than 2 weeks ago. And in it, they claim the evidence matches a potential suspect, but it has not led to an arrest, and they do not know where he could be. Morin's sister, Rebecca, took to social media last week, writing in part, "If this person is not identified soon, he will do it again." In another post, she requested the community's help distributing flyers with a description of the crime and a picture of the alleged suspect displayed. Now, the sheriff's office says they have been working around the clock sorting through more than 500 tips, and they are not slowing down.
In a statement, a spokesperson for their office writing, quote, "This case is far from cold. There are still leads being pursued and technological evidence still being processed." They're also calling on the community to keep sending in tips, saying, quote, "No matter how insignificant they feel the information they have might be, it could be the piece of information that unlocks the case."
Now, in terms of the suspect's DNA, one law enforcement expert says detectives will use sites like Ancestry.com to find a potential distant relative of the suspect.
Like a cousin or a second cousin or a third cousin. And then that investigator has a lead to work from, knowing that they have a second or third cousin. And then they start making phone calls and, do you know so-and-so? Have you heard from so-and-so?
Harford County police say the suspect is seen here in this video, allegedly leaving a home after an assault and invasion. This was taken to California in March. Police say the suspect is of Hispanic descent, about 5'9", weighing about 160 pounds.
The reward for anyone with information leading to an arrest has recently gone up to $10,000. If you would like to leave a tip, contact the Harford County Sheriff's Office or Metro Crime Stoppers.
In Baltimore City, police investigating an arson in West Baltimore. 3 vehicles were on fire early yesterday morning right on Cocoa Lane and Clifton Street. No injuries have been reported, but the incidents are being investigated as arson.
In Ocean City, crews rescued nearly 400 people at the beaches this holiday weekend. This comes as Ocean City deals with some end-of-summer staffing shortages. Only 33 lifeguards were on duty over the weekend. That's about a third of the usual amount of staff along that 10-mile stretch of beach. Officials say rip currents caused by Hurricane Franklin likely led to more dangerous swimming conditions.
A 14-year-old's mother speaking out on what her daughter should face as she continues to steal cars. Still to come, the rise in juvenile crime and what lawmakers are doing to address it.
And the Ravens are just 5 days away from the official start of the season, and the O's are just 4 weeks shy of the end of their regular season. After the break, who the Orioles are eyeing up as a potential addition to the team. 5:41, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Topping your Sports Unlimited news, American tennis player and 19-year-old Coco Gauff makes it to the quarterfinals in the U.S. Open. Gauff is now the first American teenager since Serena Williams in more than 2 decades to be.
Now to the O's as we take you live to Camden Yards this morning. You see it lit up red, white, and blue. The team's top prospect, 19-year-old Jackson Holliday, is only 1 year removed from high school, but today he will be making his AAA debut. He's now being promoted to the Norfolk Tides, and he's just one step away from the major leagues. This comes as the Birds take a late-night win over the Los Angeles Angels. After a tight game, the O's managed to widen that score pretty late in the game, coming out with a series win with a win for 6-3. It's a 3-game series. Today, the two teams go at it in L.A. First pitch, 9:38 tonight.
Now, we can't talk about the O's without mentioning just how close the start of the season is for the Ravens. In just 5 days, the Flock will host the Houston Texans at M&T Bank Stadium. But as we are in the final countdown to game day, cornerback Marlon Humphrey and tight end Mark Andrews were not practicing yesterday. Coach John Harbaugh says Humphrey is on schedule in his foot surgery. We don't know the timeline for that, what that means exactly. But as far as Andrews goes, he is expected to be back in practice tomorrow. Da-na-na, da-na-na.
Yep. Houston Texans in town on Sunday. We're already a 10-point favorite. The Ravens are for Sunday, and football starts Thursday night.
Right. We were just saying. I mean, so how excited? Or scale of 1 to 10? Are you like 12?
For football season? I love
like
football
20.
season. But I mean, usually this time of year we're like, all right, let's focus on the Ravens, the O's, you know.
Right.
But no. We're doing October baseball. So we're going to have some interesting, situations down there with a bunch of Ravens and O's games being played here. Our weather headlines right now, well, hot. That's basically what we're talking about. 82 is your current temperature, and 99 is the high we're going for again today. So a warm Tuesday morning, another hot afternoon. We will be cooler by the weekend, just in time for that Ravens game Sunday and for the O's coming back on Monday next week. But the dew point trend, we're going to see more of that mugginess here. So mid-60s today. We're going to get to the mid to upper 60s tomorrow. Notice it's a little muggier, so that heat index tomorrow in that 104-degree range. That means that's what it's going to feel like. And if it gets to 105 or higher, we have to get into that heat advisory criteria that we may need to shift into. Now, lower 70s for your dew points into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. That's definitely more moisture that's heading in, but that also does bring the chance for some rain showers and storms as well. All right, as the kids get back to school today, beep, beep, after the Labor Day weekend, and a lot of kids for the first day of school this morning. Warm morning and a hot afternoon. Make sure those kids are appropriately dressed, and make sure to let them know they've got to stay hydrated. Got to get that water. Got to get that juice going. Loose, lightweight clothing. Got to take breaks in the shade or in the AC. And also think about your neighbors and your pets and those maybe who don't have AC. Have them come over for a little bit to try to cool off. Record hot temperatures. We hit a record yesterday. We hit a record Sunday. We're on our way to a record today. We're on our way to a record tomorrow. You see what's going on here. It's going to be 4 days in a row with record-setting temperatures. The record for today is 96 degrees, set back in 54, so more than likely breaking that. And then tomorrow's record high was set back in 83. Now, tomorrow's record is 98, and we're going for a high of 99, so a little harder to get that one. But either way, these record-setting temperatures, not fun for outdoor stuff, including playing some golf. So the earlier you play today, golfers, the better off you will be, because we'll be in the mid-80s already by 9 a.m., but mid-90s into the noon hour, and those mid to upper 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. And if you're just waiting for fall, I know we're in meteorological autumn, but the first day of autumn comes on Saturday, September 23rd, the equinox, in just 18 days from right now. Mid-80s is typically where we are for our afternoon highs. You can see those numbers across the board. Mid to upper 90s. Eastern Shore not getting much relief there, with low to mid 90s there. And even if you're heading down the ocean, still in the mid 80s there at Ocean City today, with mid 90s for Philly and close to 100 in the district as well this afternoon. As I mentioned on your 7-day forecast, finally by Thursday we get a chance for some spotty storms and some slightly cooler temperatures. Temps will continue to come down. A few more storms hanging around Friday. Even Saturday, a couple of isolated thunderstorms will be possible. Looks to be that the rain will stay away for the Ravens game on Sunday at 1. However, we may see a few sprinkles here and there, but weather looks great for the O's return coming on Monday next week.
All right, well, Baltimore is opening a number of cooling centers for residents who need a safe place to avoid today's heat.
Yeah, the city's Department of Aging will open the sites this morning at 9. They'll include the Hartford Senior Center, Sandtown Winchester Senior Center, and 2 others. Those cooling areas will run until 7 tonight.
Those who are homeless can cool off at Beans and Bread from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. And the Housing Authority will open a center for city residents at Cherry Hill Homes from 8:30 a.m. until 4 in the afternoon. For more information on how to stay safe during the Code Red, go to foxbaltimore.com.
Now let's take a check on your lens stoler traffic network and taking a view from 95 and 395 split just south of the city here. Traffic's moving along fine, and this is a perfect example of the highways all around the Baltimore region. No issues to report. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Austin Todd with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Austin.
Hey, Tom, good morning. So far, so good out there. No major delays in the light rail system. Everything looks right now from top to bottom. Metro Subway is operating on time as well. On the MARC train system, we're watching Penn Train 554. That's on its way to Perryville, still on time right now. Camden Train 843 is on schedule as well. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thank you, Austin.
Congress returns today from summer recess. The clock now ticking to a possible government shutdown.
It's an issue that's certain to have a major impact on this election season. So where do candidates stand on abortion? I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with a look at why it isn't always so easy to find out.
Taking you to Toronto. That's right, Blue Jay territory, where they're 10.5 games back from the O's, as the O's are just dominating that division. 5:54 and make your headlines. This Tuesday morning, the search for the convicted killer in Pennsylvania now enters its fifth day. Authorities say 34-year-old Danilo Cavalcante escaped from the Chester County prison August 31st. Police set up a perimeter and are searching the wooded area in Chester County, just west of Philadelphia. They say there have been 4 confirmed sightings of Cavalcante since his escape. He was most recently spotted from a distance by a state trooper Sunday afternoon.
We'll contain him, and we will eventually catch him. We will do it as quickly as possible. Obviously, it takes time. He is desperate. He does not want to be caught. He has very little to lose at this point.
Now, authorities say he is considered an extremely dangerous person. Recently convicted of first-degree murder for killing his former girlfriend in 2021, officials say the investigation into the escape is ongoing.
Organizers have officially lifted the driving ban at the Burning Man Festival, allowing traffic to flow out of the Black Rock Desert event grounds. The festival closed to vehicles on Friday night after 2 to 3 months worth of rain fell in just 24 hours, covering the ground there in thick mud. Organizers warned that though the roads are drying, certain areas may still be muddy and difficult to navigate. As of yesterday, about 64,000 people remained on site.
People are trying to get out, but the roads are still pretty muddy and there's still standing water. And so there's new roads that are forming around. And that's just people working together to get each other out of jams.
Organizers are asking attendees to be patient as they leave the area.
Well, Iran is slowing its production of its near-weapons-grade uranium, according to United Nations nuclear watchdog. The International Atomic Energy Agency says Iran has 268 pounds of uranium enrichment, up to 60%. That's just short of the weapons-grade levels of 90%. According to the report obtained by the Associated Press, Iran's stockpile is growing at its slowest pace since 2021. Still, the agency notes new challenges in efforts to monitor Iran's nuclear program, accusing the country of denying visas for agency officials.
This presidential campaign could have a much different feel than 50 years of previous elections. That's because it is the first time since the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade.
Well, up until then, it was the country's landmark abortion legislation, keeping access to abortion legal. Sinclair's chief political correspondent, Scott Thuman, shows us how it might affect voters who they choose in 2024.
On the campaign trail, few subjects can separate candidates as much as the debate over abortion. And on the right, conservatives often clamor for a hardline approach, while a majority of Democrats want that decision left to the mother, not Washington. Though where they stand on the true wedge issue not always so clear, including at the recent Republican debate.
A 15-week ban is an idea whose time has come.
When it comes to a federal ban, let's find consensus.
Wisconsin is going to do it different than Texas. I understand Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different.
Anti-abortion groups argue candidates need to be more definitive about their positions.
What we learned in 2022 is that candidates that bury their head in the sand really suffer for it because voters just don't know where they are. They don't trust them on the issue, and they really want that clarity.
A recent survey shows 28% of those questioned will only vote for candidates who share their position on abortion, the highest number Gallup has recorded. The Supreme Court's overturning of Roe versus Wade last year, sending control back to the states, muddied the waters when it comes to specifics, including for the current president.
While anti-abortion groups have criticized President Biden for not saying whether he supports any limits, his team just launched a $25 million ad campaign, painting Republicans' positions as extreme and out of touch.
I would literally sign the most conservative pro-life legislation that they can get through Congress.
There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form.
President Biden and Vice President Harris are determined to restore Roe v. Wade,
which has on both sides stoked passions and motivated voters to show up in the past and likely will again in 2024. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
A mother is speaking with FOX45, fed up with the juvenile justice system. Just ahead, the criminal activity she says her 14-year-old daughter continues to repeat and the changes she wants to see in our state.
It's been 2 months since Baltimore's biggest mass shooting, and so far there have been 4 arrests. Coming up next, a law enforcement expert explains why an investigation like this takes so long.
Well, we're seeing another hot day ahead of us for your Tuesday. We'll talk about just how long this heat wave sticks around.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Today through Thursday, we are in code red for extreme heat in Baltimore City. Now, our region is entering day 3 of this intense heat. And taking you live to the Inner Harbor, Towson, and the Bay Ridge this morning, as temperatures expected to reach near 100 degrees.
Good morning. On this Tuesday, September 5th, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Want to get right back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at this extreme dangerous heat forecast.
Yeah, exactly right. Patrice, Tom, good morning to both of you, and good morning to everyone. That's what we're talking about here as we head into the afternoon. We had those temperatures that have been very close to the triple digits the last couple of days, and we're going to have another couple of days where we still have to deal with those numbers near 100 degrees. Towson, nice and dark and calm this morning, still about a half an hour away before that sun actually comes up. But look at these temperatures, mid to upper 70s and even some lower 80s. Now, they've come down just a little bit, 80 in Essex, 81 in Dundalk. You got to remember that the lower 80s are typically where we are for afternoon highs this time of year. So a warm Tuesday morning and another hot afternoon. We do get some relief as we head closer to the weekend, but Mr. Bose says take it slow and get the AC flow going as well, with numbers in the upper 70s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and looking at a 395-95 split here just south of the city. No issues to report, and this road looks just like other major highways around the Baltimore region.
I plead and I cried for them to arrest her and not to send her in the group home, because I didn't think the group home was going to be effective.
This morning, we are hearing from a mother who is fed up with the juvenile justice system. She says her 14-year-old daughter won't stop stealing cars, even while on home monitoring.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with that mother's story this morning. Shannon.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, Tom and Patrice. This mom says her 14-year-old daughter was actually shot back in February, but that's not why she reached out to us. She reached out to us, like you guys said, because her 14-year-old daughter continues to steal cars even while on home monitoring, yet faces very little to no consequences, and this mom wants that to change. Take a listen.
When she came home, she went out and stole the car that night and been getting arrested since. On home detention. But she's been arrested ever since. On home detention, they still won't do nothing. They won't violate her. I want my daughter somewhere I know where she at. I could go to sleep. At night, I'm worried. I be scared my daughter gonna get shot. I worry about my daughter not living till her birthday in December. I worry about my daughter every single day.
And it's that worry that continues. Remember, juvenile justice laws in the state put limits on what crimes young offenders can be charged with and the length of probation. And this Baltimore mom is truly seeing the impact of that. She says her daughter has been picked up by police everywhere from Towson to White Marsh to Catonsville and Baltimore City for stealing cars. The most recent arrest landing her in a Department of Juvenile Services group home, but this mom worries that won't be effective either. Now, according to data from DJS, there are 103 juveniles under supervision currently. The secretary of DJS, Vincent Schiraldi, says supervision works for 90% of the juveniles, but for the ones that fail, he admits they need to respond quicker, and that is something that he says they are working to improve right now. Meanwhile, lawmakers are set to meet next week for a hearing to review the Department of Juvenile Services and these juvenile justice laws in question. So, of course, we'll continue to follow that and see what comes out of that hearing. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:03, and it's been 2 months since the Brooklyn Day party ended with 2 people dead, 28 others injured, many of the victims juveniles. And now we're learning 2 of the suspects facing charges related to the shooting also juveniles. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dan joining us now with the latest on this investigation. Olivia.
Well, Tom, that's right. So far, police have made 4 arrests, but none directly connected to the homicides. Now, Melissa Pinkleton, a law enforcement expert and former Nashville police sergeant, walks us through the process of what detectives might be doing behind the scenes. Take a listen.
What that tells me is they have found key individuals who were involved with either the plotting or the planning or the carrying out. And they have put those individuals in separate rooms and somebody's talking, and they're not going to tell you that. I'll tell you that. That's what happens when you have a scenario like this and you finally get some key players. They are separating them. They're dividing and conquering.
Last week, Baltimore police announced 2 arrests in the case, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. In all, 4 suspects arrested, but again, so far, no one arrested yet has been directly charged with the murders of the 2 people who were shot and killed. Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying their detectives are working around the clock. Pinkleton says an investigation like this takes time.
We need to let the officers take the information that they have, go through it, do a thorough investigation, because you want the conviction in court. And if you sacrifice quality for speed, you're not going to get a conviction.
Now, of course, if you have any information about this case, you can remain anonymous and could be eligible for a reward by calling Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News has also done extensive reporting on the 3 organizations that released after-action reports in the wake of the mass shooting: Baltimore Police, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and the Housing Authority of Baltimore City. Our complete coverage is available online right now at foxbaltimore.com. Most counties in Maryland have already kicked off the new school year, but Carroll, Caroline, Cecil, and Kent counties are just heading back to school today.
In fact, here's a live look over Westminster's High School, where students are getting ready to begin their first day. And in fact, we want to say happy first day of school to all those returning in those 4 counties. And be sure you chime in your back to school pictures. Just scan the QR code right there on your screen. Show us your pictures and videos. The QR code will take you to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
Now, there are nearly a dozen Baltimore City schools closing early today due to the extreme heat and lack of air conditioning in school buildings. We'll let you know which schools are affected.
A live look now over Capitol Hill, where Congress will return today after their summer recess. Coming up next, why they have their work cut out for them to avoid a government shutdown.
Well, our temperatures are warm this morning after yesterday's heat. We've got another hot one today and tomorrow as well. We will see some improvement later this week, and we'll talk about that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local. Welcome back. 6:09 is your time right now on your Tuesday morning, and we are talking about the heat. Once again, looking out over the Inner Harbor. Warm conditions this morning as you are up early with us here or getting the kids ready for school. On your out the door cast, yeah, sunglasses for sure. Also, throw the sunblock in the bag. That's a good thing to have, especially if you're going to be outside, because that sun is and that heat is going to be intense later today. So warm on your morning jog or your run. We're talking upper 70s for the next couple of hours. We do have a little relief as we head toward the weekend and some more rain and storms in our forecast as well. We'll highlight all of that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Coming up on 610, Congress heads back to work today after a month-long summer recess.
Lawmakers have a lot on their plate and not much time to get things done. Taylor Seward is in our live center with more on the budget deadline facing Congress. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. A live look over Capitol Hill this morning as lawmakers trickle back into office today, trying to gear up for a fight over the federal budget. Right now, there are 25 days left to decide on next year's federal spending bill to avoid a government shutdown. A vote from the House could come as soon as this week, but that's hardly likely as both sides signal they're open to passing a continuing resolution. That would keep the government operating, but as Republicans target budget cuts, the idea becomes less appealing considering the nation's deficit. Take a look here. This is a new watchdog group projects federal debt will double this year to nearly $2 trillion, mostly due to high interest rates, lower tax revenues, and high inflation. But back out here live, as you can see, this graph shows how debt has accumulated over the last few years here. At this point, the concern is $33 trillion of debt as the government shutdown is possible if they cannot hammer this out between now and the end of this month. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you.
The legal status of thousands of Afghan refugees in the United States in limbo. I'm Kayla Gaskins. Coming up, why Congress is struggling to find a solution.
The intense heat canceling sports practices and games for some Maryland schools today. Will your child be affected? 6:11. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.14 now. Nearly a dozen Baltimore City schools will close early today and tomorrow due to extreme heat. None of the 11 impacted schools have working air conditioning. The school system was supposed to have air conditioning installed in all schools by this school year. Now they say they'll have AC by the end of this school year.
In Baltimore County, all outdoor BCPS practices and games are canceled today because of the extreme heat. This did not affect any indoor practices or games.
So a lot of schools, or 4 or 5 counties, going back to school this today. Carroll County, one of them. My daughter's headed back to school, and I told her, meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. I was telling her she may not have outdoor recess today because they don't let you go out at a certain temperature, and she may be indoors today.
I mean, no matter where you are across Central Maryland, we're talking about those upper 90s and really flirting with triple digits. It's going to feel like triple digits again today with that humidity. Now, we're not in heat advisory criteria yet. That could change for tomorrow because we are expecting it to be a little more humid on Wednesday than it will be today. But either way, it's the warmth that you're feeling right now. This is our Towson camera looking down over the Towson traffic circle at this time. 77 your current temperature, little northwest wind about 3 to 5 miles an hour, not doing much to help, and that dew point at 67 degrees. And those dew points are going to slide to the upper 60s here for the next few days, so a little bit more humidity. And as I mentioned, tomorrow we'll have a better chance of seeing possible heat advisory criteria for our region. Upper 70s and lower 80s over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us. That sun's still coming up at 6:39 this morning, goes to bed at 7:31. We're getting closer to the autumnal equinox. We have 12 hours of day and night. So if you're out and about here in your MetroCast day planner in that 10 o'clock hour, we're already going to be in the mid 80s and then into the mid to upper 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon, right near that 100-degree temperature. Now, we haven't hit 100 degrees officially since June of 2020, so it's been a while. And yesterday was officially the hottest day of the year so far, where we're going to see another hot day around even the 5 o'clock hour, still talking about upper 90s. We did break a record yesterday. We're going to more than likely break a record today, and even tomorrow we'll see those records more than likely fall because we've got 3 days in a row right at that 99-degree mark, and it was 98 on Sunday. Now, the good news is if you don't like all of this heat, we are going to see below average temperatures as we head toward next week. So it won't be cool, but it will be cooler, respectively, from what we're dealing with here for the next couple of days. So high temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties as those kids in Carroll go back. 96 in Westminster and Eldersburg. 96 as well in Reisterstown. Upper 90s and close to 100 in Perry Hall and White Marsh down through Baltimore City. Still 97 in Dundalk for this afternoon. In Harford and Cecil counties, a little cooler, but we're still talking mid-90s for Bel Air and Aberdeen up in the northeast, and Elkton at 94 for your high this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, mid to upper 90s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., the entire East Coast under that big heat dome. Definitely want to get that watering done early or late, not in the middle of the day, and we won't have much help from Mother Nature with rain not until about Thursday. And that's finally when some things change up. So let me show you this future scan here. 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're staying dry. And same thing for you tomorrow, but a little bit more moisture starting to stream in, which is why we'll be more humid on Wednesday. And then Thursday, ahead of this next cold front, you can start to see a few showers and thunderstorms. Could see some strong storms as well by Thursday afternoon into the evening time, with more rain coming on Friday. But our temperatures coming down. So that's that shift in our weather pattern. Heading toward the weekend, a few leftover storms possible Saturday. Sunday looks to be mainly dry for the Ravens home opener, maybe a few stray showers here and there. And then as we get to the O's back next week on Monday, also looking drier and cooler.
Now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, and you can see the 95-395 split here south of the city looks great, just like all the roads around the Baltimore region this morning. For a check on your mass transit, we have Austin Todd with the MTA. And good Tuesday morning, Austin.
Good morning. Things look great out there so far. No major delays to start our Tuesday. On the light rail system, everything is moving along just fine from Hunt Valley all the way down to BWI. Metro Subway is still operating on schedule as well. On the MARC train system, no major delays right now, but we could see some heat-related speed restrictions later this afternoon. That'll be on the Camden and Brunswick line, so riders should expect delays of about 10 to 15 minutes. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thank you, Austin. Making your headlines this Tuesday morning, more than 2 years after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Tens of thousands of Afghan allies remain in legal limbo.
St. Clair National Correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us with more from Washington.
During the 2 decades American troops spent in Afghanistan, they relied heavily on assistance from local Afghan allies.
Translators, humanitarian workers.
In return for their help, the U.S. promised protection. Making good on that promise proved a daunting task following the chaotic withdrawal in 2021. More than 150,000 allies left to the mercy of the Taliban. Roughly 80,000 made their way to the U.S., the majority on temporary 2-year humanitarian parole visas.
Many of those Afghans who escaped to the U.S. now continue to face uncertainty in their lives, uncertainty as their original parole status is set to expire soon.
Congress has tried and failed multiple times to agree on a permanent solution. The most recent attempt, the bipartisan Afghan Adjustment Act, establishes a pathway to permanent residency through an intense vetting process.
This legislation does both, protects our national security and increases our opportunity to treat individuals, human beings, in a humanitarian way.
But it lacks the votes at the moment to advance. The legislation is meant to make up for shortcomings of the overwhelmed special immigrant visa program set up by Congress in 2009. By law, applicants should have a decision for permanent status in 9 months. Most wait 4 or more years, impacting their ability to legally stay and work in the U.S.
We are creating a situation where potentially thousands of people are in the United States illegally, which then creates a whole other set of problems. And they didn't come here illegally.
The State Department has been sued to address these delays. The government appealing, claiming it's impossible to get through the applications on time. Judges have repeatedly sided with the Afghan refugees and against the State Department. The decision for the most recent appeal expected to come down in D.C. Circuit Court this fall. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
An ongoing battle in Georgia over redistricting. In our next half hour, how it could impact the 2024 election.
And do you have the right to repair your own car? Congress is working on a bill to make sure you do. Up next, why automakers are fighting the change. 6:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
624, and when your check engine light comes on, you might not know what's wrong, but your automaker does, and they do not have to share that information with you.
Well, there's a bill in Congress that would change that. It is known as the right to repair. Consumer Reports explains.
Service technicians say just because you're in the driver's seat, it doesn't give you total control if there's a problem with your ride.
So that's your car, but you don't get to make decisions on how it's taken care of, who takes care of it. Even if you want to do your own service, all of a sudden, really, it's not your car anymore.
If your car breaks down, automakers direct you to the dealership. That may not always be the best option.
They could let it sit out there however long they want, and you have no options to get it repaired quicker somewhere else.
Right to Repair is supported by organizations like Consumer Reports. It gives customers information about their vehicle. That way, consumers have a choice on where to go for repairs. Leaders with the Auto Care Association say having options saves you money.
Through our research and through surveys that we have conducted, the cost of repair on average is 36% less in the independent aftermarket. In other words, the shop on the corner of Elm and Main, rather than the dealership.
The National Automobile Dealers Association, or NADA, opposes the right to repair. In a statement on its website, it reads, aftermarket companies like repair shops gain access to automakers' proprietary information, which it says can create new privacy, vehicle security, and safety risks.
The security issue is kind of red herring. Repair shops just need the data that's required to fix your vehicle. They're not actually rewriting the car's software. What's really dangerous is people driving around with unrepaired cars because they can't afford to take them to the manufacturer.
NADA says necessary information to repair vehicles is already available, but service techs tell Consumer Reports it's not enough and is confusing.
When I'm working on a domestic, an Asian, a European, it's all over the board with the equipment that I need, the websites and subscriptions I have to subscribe to in order to get those cars repaired.
He says it's a speed bump. The right to repair issue goes beyond just cars.
You can run into the same problems when you're trying to fix your electronics.
The transportation troubles continue for Howard County schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, the improvements that parents and students can expect this week.
Shots ring out outside a high school football game in the city. Just ahead, the latest in the investigation, plus the ripple effects this violence could have on Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Back to school for a lot of the counties around us now, joining all the others, and it is going to be a hot one.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. They're back at it in this heat.
I know, and it feels like July. I mean, these are typically numbers that we see in June or July, not early September, as we're back to school and all those fall decor things are happening at houses all around the region. Let's take a look outside right now over the Inner Harbor. It is still warm and the sun is still not up yet. It is coming up here in just a little bit as our sunrises get later and our sunsets get earlier. A warm Tuesday morning, another hot afternoon in store for us today. We will be cooler by the time we head to the weekend, but Mr. Bo says get the AC flow going with upper 70s and lower 80s, probably the windows up as you're heading to work or getting the kids to school. And if you still got snowballs hanging around today, tomorrow, even into Thursday, they're still going to be melting pretty quickly, especially with these highs right at the edge of that triple-digit number. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about some of the storms that are on the way later this week and how they could impact you as well. Tom, how are we looking on the roads?
Not too bad, except we do have one incident right now in Westminster. Taking a live look right here from the Lens Solar Traffic Network, 95, 395, 140 southbound. There's no camera there, but right near Winter Mills High School, there's two vehicle accidents causing quite a backup on 140 southbound here. You're backed up way past the Chick-fil-A there and past the Walmart in 140 if you're familiar with the area. Continuing coverage this morning, local community still reeling after the shots rang out right outside of a high school football game arena in the city. It happened Friday night when Loyola Blakefield, a school in Towson, came to Baltimore to play Dunbar. Now some are questioning if the shooting could keep people away from the city.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from police headquarters with those concerns and how the mayor is responding. Shannon.
Yeah, and this morning, Patrice and Tom, that shooter is likely still at large. Police have yet to release a suspect description, but shortly after the shooting happened on Friday, the mayor was speaking and he was pretty confident that this was yet another case of an illegal gun being used to carry out crime in the city. But those terrifying moments were all captured via a live stream. Let's take another look. Those gunshots sending students, athletes, coaches, and fans scrambling, all still in broad daylight. Police say a 12-year-old boy was injured by that gunfire outside of the game. And according to Acting Commissioner Richard Worley, private security chased down the suspect, but he still got away. Now we're hearing from an economist on how this case of gun violence in the city could have a ripple effect.
Along with Loyola Blakefield players and coaches come alumni, friends, families, so on and so forth. Again, this interchange between city and county, which we all want. But instead of celebrating these young men and their athletic pursuits, we see violence. We see fans in panic. Other counties do not want to play against city teams in the city. Will this keep friends and family, alumni away from such games? And does this affect the attendance of other events in the city as well, not just those attendees that would attend a Friday night high school football game?
And he says that's certainly a possibility here. Meanwhile, we are learning that that 12-year-old boy is still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, turning now to Howard County schools, where it has been a bumpy start to the new school year as students' buses have arrived late, and in some cases, they've just not shown up at all. Last week, the superintendent addressed the issues, and this week we're expecting an improvement.
Olivia Dan's joining us live from Columbia this morning with an update from the school district. Olivia.
Well, Tom, 20 bus routes were impacted by those transportation troubles, but today 12 out of those 20 routes will be restored. Some of those buses take students right here to Wild Lake High School, but the school district says that they still expect some delays again this week, especially for the schools that start at 8:40 and 9:15 in the morning. Last week, Superintendent Michael Martirano gave an update on the delays and said their new bus contractor, Zoom Transportation, based out of California, had 20 drivers call out, temporarily suspending 20 bus routes. I asked the superintendent if he now regrets his decision to sign a contract with Zoom, a contract that accounts for more than half the school system's total bus budget. Take a listen to what he said.
For the last several years, having 95 to 105 vacancies every year is not acceptable either. So we wanted to implement a different delivery with a different contract that had access to a national body of individuals who could come in and support us as bus drivers.
He says the contract was an effort to combat bus driver vacancies. Other errors that contributed to the bus issues include contractor technology issues and the data and routes provided to contractors, causing drivers to get lost. The district says bus drivers were out this weekend practicing their routes to ensure they can be as efficient as possible for this second week of school. Adjustments to school start times by no more than 10 minutes are also being considered. The district says it continues to work to fix the issues. Any updates can be found on the district website, including updates on buses that are running behind. For now, reporting live in Howard County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, today marks the first day of school for Carroll, Caroline, Cecil, and Kent counties.
Here is a live look over Carroll County schools just a couple of hours away from opening their doors.
So happy first day of school for those students who are returning today and the staff that are there welcoming them today. Be sure to chime your back to school pictures. Scan the QR code on your screen to show us your pictures and videos. QR code will take you to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. It's been 2 months since the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, and so far police have made 4 arrests, but none connected to the actual homicides. What police and detectives are now saying about the ongoing investigation.
An ongoing legal battle over whether Georgia drew their district maps illegally. Up next, how it could help Democrats gain seats in the legislature. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News All Local.
6:39 in Spanish, they say muy caliente. In Italian, it's caldissimo. Either way, it's very hot. That's what we're talking about with your temperatures this afternoon. Still warm this morning as we look out from our Towson camera this hour. And you can see on your out the door cache, you'll definitely need your sunglasses, and make sure to have the short sleeves, the light colored clothing, and stay hydrated. Can't stress that enough, especially that we're in September, but we're talking about extreme heat. And look at these numbers on your yard and gardening cast. Get the yard work done early in the morning. You don't want to be out there in the middle part of the day when temperatures close to 100 degrees.
6:40 now. An ongoing battle of Georgia's redistricting map could have a significant impact on the 2024 election.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with more on the court battle. Taylor?
That's right, you guys. It gets underway today as Democrats in Georgia could gain a seat in the House, multiple seats in the legislature, if a judge rules that Republicans drew maps illegally, weakening votes for Black Americans in that state. Now, the trial begins today as a part of a wave of litigation. The U.S. Supreme Court ruling that rejected Alabama's challenge of the Voting Rights Act is what is threatening to unpin this law. Now, this case is expected to take 2 weeks. If the judge rules against the state, he's likely going to order Georgia's Republican-controlled General Assembly to redraw districts. This would come before the 2024 congressional and state legislative elections. Mind you here, the court cases challenging district lines were drawn after the 2020 census. They could shape the 2024 congressional election if states like Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Louisiana are impacted by this ruling. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Baltimore's 3-month curfew enforcement effort has come to an end. Topping your morning rush, we'll take a look at its effectiveness.
And a mother is voicing her frustration after she says she wants officials to arrest her daughter, who won't stop stealing cars. The changes that she wants to see to help her daughter stay safe. 6:41 is your
Topping your morning rush, Baltimore's 3-month curfew enforcement effort comes to an end. The plan expired Sunday night, ending what was supposed to be a $1 million push to keep kids and communities safer through curfew centers, community outreach, and more. On the final weekend, Sources tell us 7 city workers were staffing the center. Just 1 volunteer and 1 van driver were working the field. And the enforcement effort, which was supposed to run until 3 in the morning, had lately been shutting down at midnight, closing 1 hour after the city's 11 p.m. curfew went into effect.
Most of the young people went home before the curfew was up. So I look at that as a success.
This was not a success. This was a complete failure.
Well, taxpayer advocate David Williams says the curfew enforcement effort, which costs taxpayers $1 million, demands an honest evaluation. At the end of the 3-month program, no child had agreed to be transported to the centers.
Well, this morning we are hearing from a mother who is fed up with the juvenile justice system. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the criminal activity she says her daughter continues to repeat and the changes she wants to see. Shannon?
Yeah, Tom, this Baltimore mom wants to see changes within the juvenile justice system. She says her 14-year-old daughter continues to steal cars even while she's on home monitoring, but yet faces very little consequences. So this mom is very concerned for her own daughter's safety. And of course, this all comes, as you'll remember, laws in the state limit what crimes young offenders can be charged with and the length of probation. So stay with us because in 15 minutes, you are going to hear from that mom, her concerns, the changes she wants to see, plus what leaders in our state are doing to address juvenile crime. Now back to you.
It has been 2 months since the Brooklyn Day block party ended with 2 people dead and another 28 injured. It was Baltimore's biggest mass shooting, and many of the victims, juveniles. We're now learning that 2 of the people facing charges related to the shootings are also kids. Olivia Dance joins us live now with the latest on this investigation. Olivia?
Well, Patrice, that's right. So far, police have made 4 arrests, but none directly connected to the homicides. Last week, Baltimore police announced 2 more arrests in this case, including a 14-year-old arrested at school. But again, none of the 4 suspects arrested have been directly charged with the murders of the 2 people who were shot and killed. Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying that their detectives are working around the clock. And we spoke with a law enforcement expert who says an investigation like this takes time. Coming up in about 15 minutes, that expert weighs in on what detectives could be doing behind the scenes. Back to you.
All right, 6:46. We need to get another check of this hot forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now, and we're talking about dangerous heat. I mean,
we are.
For the next few days, too.
Absolutely. My feet hurt.
Well,
because I've been trying to do, I've been trying to work out and do more exercises, but it's like you can't really do that when it's like this outside, right? You have to do stuff indoors with the gym and, kind of try to figure other stuff out, even though we'd love to be outside.
I've got a program for you. We'll talk.
Oh, really?
We'll talk.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Well, in that case, today's National Cheese Pizza Day. So, you can have a cheese pizza if you get the workout in. So either way, good morning to all of you. And it is Tuesday. Doesn't it feel like a Tuesday? Yeah, with all that stifling heat and kids back to school. We're talking about the Ravens coming up in a couple of minutes. Of course, this weekend, we'll be seeing that stadium packed. The Houston Texans are in town, getting underway. It's actually game week. I can't believe we're talking about that. 77 your temperature right now. We're going to have about 22 degrees to our high today. Thankfully, that extreme heat will be done before we get to that first game of the season. So another hot afternoon. We will be cooler by this upcoming weekend. And as those kids head back to the bus stop today, beep, beep, and welcome back to all the rest of the kids who are now going back to school after Labor Day. 77 next hour, mid-90s into the noon hour, and upper 90s for a hot afternoon ahead. We have to think about hot weather safety. I know it's September, but the last couple of days and today and tomorrow also, we have to stay hydrated, loose, lightweight clothing, take breaks in the shade or in the AC, and check on those neighbors and make sure those pets are hydrated and stay indoors as well. We broke a record yesterday, on our way to a record today and tomorrow. Look at those numbers, 99 degrees, which is going to be about 3 or 4 degrees above the record highs, both for today and for tomorrow as well. Hopefully, you still have access to a pool. I know our pool closed yesterday, or yesterday was the last day. So if you do have to get to the pool, or if you want to get to the pool, enjoy it today. But just know you got to get that sunblock on if you're going to be outside for any amount of time. Mid to upper 90s, Bel Air, Westminster, Cockeysville, Baltimore, almost 100 degrees. Even the Eastern Shore, the low to mid 90s for today. Now, finally, by the time we get to Thursday, we do pick up the chance for some showers and storms. Could even see some strong storms by Thursday afternoon. But notice the temperature trend is down, so we're back to the lower 90s Friday. Saturday, we're back to the mid-80s. Game day Sunday for the Ravens looks good now. Maybe a stray shower or two, but overall, those numbers finally back to the 80s. And then the O's are back in town on Monday. We've got some great weather for that coming up early next week.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and volume is starting to pick up. You can see this a little bit here. You can't make it out in this shot, but it is around the outer loop, right near Liberty Road, slow moving there, and also in the Parkville region, plus in Glen Burnie. Right now, if you're going eastbound on westbound, I should say, on 100, there's also a slowdown because of the volume, and still that little two-car accident in Westminster, right on 140 southbound at Ralph Street, right near Winters Mill School, is still causing some backup for about a mile there, right through the middle of Westminster.
All righty, it's time. We're taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium, where in just 5 days, the Ravens will host the Houston Texans to officially kick off their NFL season. In the final countdown to game day, though, cornerback Marlon Humphrey and tight end Mark Andrews were not practicing yesterday. Coach Harbaugh says that Humphrey is on schedule in his foot surgery, but we don't know timeline-wise what that means. As far as Andrews goes, he is expected to be back in practice tomorrow.
There's
We're ready.
There's a different pressure I think the Ravens have on them. Everyone around here assumes that they're just going to be in the playoffs, and why not? And it's almost like Super Bowl almost every year.
You're right. They're especially. I mean, they've got Lamar and his big contract.
OBJ.
Right.
Yeah.
And we've got a lot of good key players, so there's no reason we shouldn't be there.
Well,
the pressure
and then you share a parking lot with somebody that they're like, well, it's been a rebuilding year for a decade now, and the Orioles are like, you know what? They're going to be in the playoffs.
Because usually in October we're only talking about the Ravens, whereas this year we're more than likely going to have October baseball here. Ravens or the O's are still 3.5 games up on the Rays, so in first place in September.
So when there's games happening at the same time, there's that Pickles Pub area. That's all. I mean, it's a party.
Kind of crazy.
It's a party.
Crazy. But I'm excited. I mean, football season is here. It starts Thursday. Thursday night football. So yeah, very excited.
And by the way, Yankees are 18 games back. Just want to throw that out there.
Could have the worst record in this century, by the way, for the Yankees. So
that's bad in a century. All right. Well, with the start of the season just a few days away, fans already getting pumped.
Oh boy, there he is.
There he is. We're going to be talking to him in our 9 o'clock hour. Super fan, Captain Defense. We're going to talk with him about which players he's got an eye on.
Fox 45 is heading out to the farm to visit the apple orchards today. How they're gearing up for some fall festivities.
I like that. And they have the cider
Apple
donuts.
cider donuts, same brain, yes.
Would go great with a cup of coffee.
Just dunk it right in there. 6:55 and developing now, a major grocery store chain pulling some products off of its shelves in some Washington, D.C. locations because of a spike in thefts. Giant says it does not plan to close any of their stores anytime soon. It is taking precautions, though, to try and prevent crimes. Sam Ford with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. explains.
Giant Food has complained to D.C. officials that it is losing $500,000 in theft in just this one store. If you talk to many Giant customers,
if people stealing, how they gonna make a profit?
I hope we still keep our Giant.
With Giant complaining that theft is worse at this Alabama Avenue store than anywhere else, the corporation announced Giant-trained asset protection associates will be stationed at store entrances to greet customers as they arrive and check receipts as they exit. Also, they're going to stop selling national brands like Tide detergent or other health and beauty items and just sell Giant's own store brands. This video from a Northeast D.C. Giant last year shows how thieves have hit shelves, mass thefts, items thrown in carts, and they walk out. We heard a few complaints among customers.
Hey, they got to do more security and start watching people. But as far as checking receipts, they're going to hold up everybody going in and out the store.
But more support.
I understand why they're doing what they're doing, and it's sad that they're doing that, you know. But if that's what they have to do in order to keep our Giant safe and in our neighborhood, I bring it on.
More of the statement: we need to be able to run our stores safely and profitably, and we take these responsibilities seriously. The implication is that unless the theft here decreases significantly, that Giant is going to close this store. As the statement put it, the level of theft of product has become unsustainable for our business. Reporting for Fox 45, I'm Sam Ford in Washington.
Well, D.C. is not the only major city seeing companies pack up and leave. Here at home, a spokesperson for Giant Foods has admitted that theft and violence have caused the longtime supermarket chain to debate whether it should close its doors. And then back in July, Lidl supermarket in Brooklyn Park closed its doors after 3 years of service. The company never indicated why the closure was happening, but insiders tell Fox 45 News the level of theft was a major factor. According to a member of the Maryland Retailer Association, Maryland is one of the top 5 states in the country with the highest retail thefts.
Also developing now in Anne Arundel County, police investigating a smash and grab at a store in Lithicum. This happened around 3 o'clock yesterday morning, right on Elk Ridge Landing Road. When police were able to get there, they found the front doors of the business smashed. Suspects took the ATM. Police are asking anyone with information to contact them directly right there at the number at the bottom of your screen. That's 410-222-6135.
In Baltimore City, police are investigating an arson in West Baltimore. 3 cars were on fire early this morning on Cocoa Lane and Clifton Street. No injuries have been reported. The incidents are being investigated as an arson.
Crews rescue nearly 400 people in Ocean City beaches this holiday weekend as Ocean City deals with some end-of-summer staffing shortages. Just 33 lifeguards were on duty over the weekend. That's about a third of what usually is mounted on the staff along that 10-mile stretch of beach. Officials say rip currents caused by Hurricane Franklin likely led to more dangerous swimming conditions.
It's been 2 months since Baltimore's biggest mass shooting, and so far 4 arrests have been made. Coming up next, a law enforcement expert weighs in on why an investigation like this takes so long.
A mother is speaking with Fox 45 News, fed up with the juvenile justice system. Just ahead, the criminal activity she says her 14-year-old daughter continues to repeat and the changes she wants to see in the state.
Couple of days of record high temperatures, and we're going to continue that trend today. We'll break down when we'll finally see some relief in this heat coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Today through Thursday, we are in a code red for extreme heat in Baltimore. Our region is entering day 3 of dealing with some intense heat. Taking you live to the Inner Harbor, Towson, and the Bay Bridge this morning as temperatures are expected to be right under triple digits. Good morning on this Tuesday, September 5th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Schools are opening up. Some of them are going virtual today because we are in that heat wave now with dangerous heat.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast.
Crazy to think that our high on Thursday of 95 will be cooler because we've still got at least 2 more days of this heat, which is going to be right around that triple-digit mark. And it's going to feel like the triple digits out there with the humidity as well. Our Towson cam right now, overall, not too bad with that sun that is now up over the eastern shore. Some of us have dropped to the 60s. Frederick, Columbia, they're at 69, but most of us still in the mid to upper 70s. Westminster, Cockeysville, Bel Air at 78 degrees, almost 80 in Annapolis. So a warm Tuesday morning leading to another hot afternoon. We do get relief and will be cooler by the time we head toward the weekend. But Mr. Bo says get that AC flow going, upper 70s and lower 80s over the next couple of hours as temperatures will continue to climb. We'll take a look at when some of those thunderstorms could also impact us later this weekend. What we can look ahead to the weekend. We'll do that in just a few. How are we looking on the roads, Tom, as we get back to work? I'll get it out.
You got it. Yeah, we are looking not too bad, but, you know, the volume is picking up. The main concern is right now 140 southbound right in Westminster, right before Winter Mills High School at that intersection. 2 vehicles there, and it's causing some backup if you're traveling southbound on 140. Otherwise, we have just some slowdowns because of the volume around Baltimore major roads and throughout the city. And there's one little indicator right here on the Bay Bridge. If you're actually heading westbound on the Bay Bridge, one of the lanes is shut down because of an accident there. And it doesn't look like it's causing too much of a delay. As summer has now come to a close, Fox 45 News pushing for answers amid a rise in juvenile crime across Baltimore and the state.
We've seen children as young as 11 years old caught up in several high-profile crimes this summer, from a spree of car thefts to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Fox 45 News is demanding accountability from leaders at the city and state level.
We've heard from prosecutors and law enforcement across Maryland who say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable. And now a mother is joining those calls, saying that her 14-year-old daughter is wrapped up in juvenile crime.
I worry about my daughter not living till her birthday in December. I worry about my daughter every single day. It's taking our babies younger and younger, the streets. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
Well, we have team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance has more on the Brooklyn Day investigation and the search for a killer.
We begin with Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live with a mother who says she is fed up with the juvenile justice system. Shannon?
Yeah, it's a tough situation, Tom and Patrice. This mom says her 14-year-old daughter was actually shot in February of this year, but that is not why she's reaching out to us. She's reaching out to us, like you said, because this 14-year-old girl continues to steal cars, according to the mother, even while she's on home monitoring, yet she faces very little consequences, and the mom wants to see that change. Take a listen.
When she came home, she went out and stole a car that night and been getting arrested since on home detention. But she's been arrested ever since. On home detention, they still won't do nothing. They won't violate her. I want my daughter somewhere I know where she at. I could go to sleep. At night, I'm worried. I be scared my daughter gonna get shot. I worry about my daughter not living till her birthday in December. I worry about my daughter every single day.
And it's that worry that continues. Remember, juvenile justice laws in the state put limits on what crimes young offenders can be charged with and the length of probation. And this Baltimore mom is seeing the impact of that. She says her daughter has been picked up by police everywhere, from Towson to White Marsh to Catonsville and Baltimore City, for stealing cars. The most recent arrest landing her in a Department of Juvenile Services group home, but this mom worries that won't be effective either. Now, according to data from DJS, there are 103 juveniles under supervision currently. The Secretary of DJS, Vincent Schiraldi, says supervision works for 90% of the juveniles, but for ones that it fails them for, he admits they need to respond quicker, and that's something that they are working to improve right now. Meanwhile, lawmakers are set to meet for a hearing next week to review the Department of Juvenile Services and to go over these juvenile laws in question. We'll continue to follow what comes out of that. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. There are other cases of juveniles wearing ankle monitors and accused of committing crimes. 2 of the young people arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting were also wearing ankle monitors from the Department of Juvenile Services, a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old.
It has been 2 months since the Brooklyn Day party ended with 2 people dead and another 28 injured. Many of the victims were juvenile, and now we're learning that 2 of the people facing charges related to the shooting are also kids. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance joining us now live with the latest in this investigation. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, that's right. So far, police have made 4 arrests, but none directly connected to the homicides. Now, Melissa Pinkleton, a law enforcement expert and former Nashville police sergeant, walks us through the process of what detectives might be doing behind the scenes. Take a listen.
What that tells me is they have found key individuals who were involved with either the plotting or the planning or the carrying out, and they have put those individuals in separate rooms. And somebody's talking, and they're not going to tell you that. I'll tell you that. That's what happens when you have a scenario like this and you finally get some key players. They are separating them. They're dividing and conquering.
Last week, Baltimore police announced 2 arrests in the case, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. In all, 4 suspects arrested so far, but no one arrested yet has been directly charged with the murders of the 2 people who were shot and killed. Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying their detectives are working around the clock. Now, Pinkleton says an investigation like this takes time.
We need to let the officers take the information that they have, go through it, do a thorough investigation, because you want the conviction in court. And if you sacrifice quality for speed, you're not going to get a conviction.
Now, of course, if you have any information about this case, you can remain anonymous and could be eligible for a reward by calling Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:07 now on this Tuesday morning, and Fox 45 News has also done extensive reporting on the 3 organizations that released after-action reports in the wake of the mass shooting. Baltimore Police, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and the Housing Authority of Baltimore City. Our complete coverage is available online right now at foxbaltimore.com.
With juveniles facing charges for the Brooklyn Day shooting, it adds to the growing list of youth violence that we've seen this year. Many prosecutors across Maryland are now demanding major changes to the state's juvenile justice laws.
What we're realizing when we talk to the young people is that young people, the juveniles, know there's nothing that we can do.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them. They're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one. Can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day.
The state's attorneys are taking issue with 2 laws in particular. Juvenile Justice Reform Act, preventing children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. The Child Interrogation Act keeps police from questioning juveniles without a parent and an attorney present. Lawmakers had a chance to amend those laws during this year's legislative session, but did not approve any changes. Fox 45 News sent questions to Governor Wes Moore's office last month asking about what changes need to be made to hold juveniles accountable. In response, the governor's office sent us a statement reading, "The governor will continue working with legislators and community leaders to bring solutions that provide real measures of accountability." And this brings us to our question of the day. What would you like the governor to do about juvenile crime before the next legislative session? Listen to prosecutors or make no changes to current laws? You see on the bottom of your screen, so far 96% of those who have responded voted listen to prosecutors. You can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Well, taking a live look now from Carroll County. Yeah, that's right. His kids are heading back for their first day of school. Carroll, Caroline, Cecil, and Kent counties are all coming back today. We want to see your first day of school pictures. Staff, you can send that too. Maybe if you decorate your doors out there, scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackler.
Well, there are a few Baltimore City public schools that will close early today and tomorrow because of the extreme heat and a lack of air conditioning. 11 schools are impacted. The school system was supposed to have air conditioning installed in all schools by this school year, but now they say they'll have AC by the end of this school year.
Congress heads back to work today after a month-long summer recess.
Lawmakers have a lot on their plate and not much time to get things done. Taylor Stewart is in our live center with more on the budget deadline facing Congress. Taylor?
That's right, you guys. A live look over Capitol Hill this morning as lawmakers trickle back into office today, gearing up for a fight over the federal budget. Right now, there are just 25 days left to agree on next year's federal spending bill to avoid a government shutdown. Now, a vote from the House could come as soon as this week, but it's hardly likely. Both sides have signaled they're open to passing a continuing resolution to keep the government operating, but Republicans say they want to see budget cuts. That idea becomes less appealing waiting as the nation's deficit continues to grow. Look at this. A new watchdog group projects federal debt will double to nearly $2 trillion this year. That's mostly due to high interest rates, low tax revenue, and high inflation. Meantime, back out here live, you can see U.S. national debt nears $33 trillion. That is a major concern as the U.S., their credit rating was just downgraded, and now you can see how it's risen over the years from 2019 to 2023. At the same time, the Biden administration is gearing up for a high-stakes showdown. House Republicans are calling for Biden's impeachment inquiry. With a slight majority in the House, McCarthy can afford to lose only 4 votes for that motion to start. And if it fails, we'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Well, here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour.
So important to build those relationships because kids can't access the learning if they don't feel important and valued.
Project Baltimore takes us to a school with one of the highest poverty rates in Maryland. Topping our next half hour, how the poorest school in Maryland is outperforming some of the best schools in the state.
Search continues this morning for a suspect who opened fire and hit a 12-year-old outside of a football game at Dunbar High School. Why some say this shooting could keep people away from Baltimore City. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7:15 and auto thefts remain at staggering levels among juveniles in Baltimore County is experiencing the rise, with an 11-year-old captured and released 17 times to their parents. Now, Baltimore County's firefighter union votes no confidence due to a toxic work environment. This is new task force to ensure better water flow to and from your home could increase your taxes for county residents. Joining us this morning, Baltimore County Executive John Olszewski. Good morning, Executive.
Hey, Tom, good morning.
Let's talk real quick here about juvenile auto thefts. 500% rise that we've seen over here. And where a lot of people then start going, okay, well, if police hands are tied because of laws that are across the state, and that's something that needs to be done in Annapolis, what can we do about parents now in Baltimore County?
Well, it's not just Baltimore County. Unfortunately, we're seeing massive spikes in these crimes with juveniles and car thefts, not just in Baltimore County, but across the state and across this country. Parents absolutely have to step up. We're going to keep doing all that we can, working with Chief McCullough. But as you and others have reported, talking to my chief, other chiefs, State Attorney Scott Schellenberger and others, we have to have conversations with the governor and our state legislatures about our state legislators about the issue of being able to enforce these crimes, because, this is actually an outlier for us. In Baltimore County, across the board, we're seeing sustained reductions or continuing low levels of crime in all other categories. And so this is clearly an outlier. There are issues driving it. We have to have conversations not just with parents, but with our legislators about what we can do to make sure we can enforce crimes and hold all individuals, including juveniles, accountable for these actions.
County Executive Johnny Olszewski, the Regional Water and Wastewater Task Force. This was legislation that was passed last session, January 31st. I thought there was a discussion about what this means. Baltimore City's arguing that they say, okay, we're losing population, yet we're responsible for the majority of the water going in and out. And for DPW, where Baltimore County, who has now a much larger population, pays less. Does this mean Baltimore County, if this task force deems it, will be seeing higher taxes?
That's part of the reason why we have to have a conversation around this task force and why we pushed for it so forcefully. This is a system that serves almost 2 million people. It was last looked at in any significant way back in 1972. So we really need to update our systems, our policies, our openness. Baltimore County is responsible for funding about half of the system, although we really have no insight as to where the money's going, how the operations are. And so we're working closely with this task force to make sure there is transparency, there is accountability, so that the taxpayer dollars are being used in an efficient way. Clearly, that's the last thing we want, to raise rates on water users or our residents. And so we're really hoping that through this task force, we find a governance structure that really makes sure that there's transparency and accountability in how this system operates in the years ahead.
I know they're just starting to meet, but do you know when we will actually find out? Is there any indication of how long this task force will take before they say, okay, these are the issues that we need to address?
So the charge of the task force is to have recommendations in time for the next General Assembly session. So we really expect and fully expect there's no reason why our recommendations can't come forward in December or January of 2024. So we're looking forward to public meetings throughout the fall. Those dates should be announced in the coming weeks, so that folks know how to be part of watching and participating in those meetings. And then we do expect recommendations into the General Assembly to take up those recommendations in the coming year.
Baltimore County Executive, thank you so much for giving us a couple minutes of your time. We appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. Thanks.
Good to see you.
It is 7:18 now, and we need to get another check of our forecast today, a hot one.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers back from vacay yesterday, little Labor Day celebrations, but the heat was on yesterday, and today you're saying it's going to be worse.
Yeah, well, and potentially today, tomorrow, I mean, even Sunday it was hot, so we're going to have at least 4 days in a row with these temperatures that are right near that 100-degree range. It will feel like triple digits again this afternoon. We're actually going to have more humidity to deal with tomorrow, so tomorrow we may need to slide into a weather alert day because we could be talking about heat advisories here at home. Either way, as we look out toward the stadiums, O's back on Monday. That is going to be there at Camden Yards. Of course, the Ravens take the field this upcoming Sunday. And the good news is the weather, at least with our temperatures, will come down for that game. May have to deal with a shower or two, but we're not talking about anything major for that afternoon game. Excuse me, 1 o'clock at M&T Bank. All right, so 77. Your temp right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall, and notice that dew point at 68 degrees. So those dew points are going to stay in the mid to upper 60s the next couple of days. Note the heat index values right there. If we get to that 104, 105 category tomorrow, that's going to slide us into the heat advisory criteria, which means we may need to shift into that weather alert day. But then back in the lower 70s Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, our temperatures come down, but that humidity will still be there, and that's going to be our better chance for some showers to finally start to cool us off. Kids heading back to the bus stop today, beep, beep, and welcome welcome back to all those kids who are now going back to school today on your first day. 77 this hour with mid-90s through noon and upper 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. So when you think about what the kids need to wear today at the bus stop or when you pick them up, loose, lightweight clothes, make sure they take plenty of breaks, stay hydrated. This is for everybody, by the way, and check in on neighbors and make sure those pets are nice and watered and staying inside. These are the record hot temperatures. So 99 is what we're looking for today. The record is 96. Tomorrow's record of 98 degrees was set back in 83, so we're going to be pretty close to that number. And notice on Thursday, the record high is 101. That was set in 1881. That's the hottest temperature ever in September. That actually is the day where our temperatures come down a bit, so that record should be safe. But we're going to have at least 2 more days of record-setting heat. And here's why. We've got a couple of big ridges of high pressure. These are big heat domes, if you will. So we have this high to the south of us and another one that is kind of right on top of us here. One of these will slide off toward the east a little bit here by tomorrow, and that's going to help to change things up, bring us more of a southerly flow, but it does increase the humidity as that happens, and eventually by Thursday and into Friday, that's going to be our next chance to actually see some storms with those temperatures coming down. So we'll keep that chance for storms on Thursday and Friday, even a few pop-up storms Saturday. The Ravens game Sunday, maybe a couple of stray showers, but overall not too bad with temps in the 80s and then the low to mid 80s into early next week when the O's return to Baltimore.
Well, the Baltimore Red Line is making its return to Charm City. Still ahead in our next hour, the ways this project could lift communities often left behind.
And we're at Weber's Cider Mill Farm this morning. My hands are filled with the fresh produce, and this is just a sample of what you can get here. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
.24, and we may be code red because of the heat today, but Weber's Farm preparing for the fall festivities.
Mark Clark is live in Parkville with everything they're doing to get ready, and you found the good stuff, some of the produce.
That's right, I found the good stuff, Patrice. I'm with the king, Jake. The Cider King Weber is here. And why do I say Cider King? Jake, why do I say Cider King? I just made that up, by the way.
Well, Weber's here is the oldest continuously operating cider mill in Maryland. We still make apple cider with the equipment my grandfather got in the late 40s.
Wow.
Using traditional methods. We grow our own apples up in Glen Arm. Here are some of our apples coming in so far this year. We have the Honeycrisp apple there, Gala, Blondie, all delicious snacking apples.
Yes.
And we have a nice new variety here called the Gloria.
Where's that?
That's these big guys right here.
Gloria! Wow.
That is.
I think this is a. Okay.
That's a Honeycrisp you have
That's
there.
A Gloria, okay.
This is a Gloria.
But you guys are much more than just apples and cider. A variety
certainly.
Of things.
We do. We have all kinds of fresh produce. We're actually at the end of peach season here, which starts in mid-July. We have a lot of varieties of peaches coming in. Our Baltimore peach cake, my grandmother's recipe, we've been making for decades.
Cake. Yes.
Unfortunately, yesterday was the last day we make that for the year. Only make that during the height of peach season.
Okay, I'm not going to judge you. Well, look, we're going to come back with Jake. We're going to see where some of this is grown and also tap into some of those delicious desserts. So we're here this morning. Again, the Cider King has spoken.
Well, listen, don't feel bad about missing the peach cake because they have the apple cider donuts. Amazing.
You're right. Oh, that's
yes.
right. It's so sad. It's so sad you guys want us to bring back some apple cider donuts. It's so sad. It's so sad. Yes, we're going to bring them back.
Oh,
wow.
I
mean,
we started
did
with
the drool give it away? What was that?
All right, thank you, Mark. If you'd like some more information about how you can get a box of those apple cider donuts, pick up 2 because one goes away when you're driving home. Go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
They really are good. All right, well, we are seeing record-breaking temperatures this week with highs in the upper 90s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we're going to get a cool down.
And a legal challenge to Georgia's redistricting map, the implication it could have for other southern states this upcoming election. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking a live look from Carroll County, as today is the first day of school for Carroll County, Caroline County, Cecil County, and Kent County. The bell for high schoolers rang at 7:30. That's why it's empty out there. They're all in. Look, they're on time. They said, hey, we're supposed to be in our seats at 7:30. They are in their seats. So we want to see your first day of school pictures. Scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackler. Good luck to everybody going back today. Well, welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and think dangerous heat levels today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has our forecast.
Yeah, third day in a row it'll be with the potential record-setting heat, and we're going to have to deal with it again tomorrow as well. And yep, so guys, we just went into a heat advisory. Let me just look at this really quick. This is the live picture here from the Inner Harbor. And yeah, so now we're going to be under a heat advisory until 8 o'clock tonight. So the entire areas. Can you guys pull up weather 2 real quick? So this is what I was talking about. All of the areas here in orange. I just saw that change, that the heat advisory is for all of us here, except for some of you on the eastern shore. But it's Anne Arundel, it's Baltimore City, it's Baltimore County, up into Hartford, Carroll County, Howard, Anne Arundel County also under that heat advisory. So may have to shift into a weather alert mode, just talking about that heat advisory that's going to be in effect today. That's because the heat and humidity combined will make it feel like we're into the low 100s for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
It is the poorest school in Washington County, Maryland, yet it is on par with some of the best schools in the state.
And as Project Baltimore's Chris Patz explains, there's a secret to success at Salem Avenue Elementary.
After 11 years, it's become a tradition in this Hagerstown community.
It's a great way to build community and just be out in force here. I took 2.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. Here we go. Avon Road. All right. He really was a cutie patootie.
1 week before the start of school, equipped with maps and student lists.
Hannah's in your homeroom, right?
Yep.
Okay. Like the one we're heading to next, I had his sister in 3rd grade, so she's gonna be a 5th grader this year.
Teachers from Salem Avenue Elementary hit the streets for what's known as the Blitz.
Hey! Hi, Maynard! How are you? Is Kimberly back there too? Hi, Kimberly!
Molly Adams and Stacy Yost teach 3rd grade at Salem Avenue. Together, they have 30 students on their list. That's 30 homes to visit.
All 4 of these awesome teachers, we're all going to get to see you and work with you during the day. It's so important to build those relationships because kids can't access the learning if they don't feel important and valued.
For 3 hours, they knock on doors, introduce themselves.
We're the teachers. We just came to say hey.
Meet their students and their families.
Nice to see you. I'm Mrs. Adams. How are you?
Principal Thomas Garner created the Blitz in 2012.
Yep.
He wanted teachers to see firsthand how their students live and the challenges they face. Because at Salem Avenue Elementary, every student faces challenges. According to federal data, 100% of the students live in poverty.
We got great kids here, we got great parents here, but really, teachers, normally these walls protect them from the outside world.
So there's 923, so yeah, it's right over there. Oh,
Garner says teachers who want to work at Salem Avenue have to understand where their students come from.
They're gonna have bad days just like everyone else. They may not have power on a day. They may not have great weather when they're walking a mile to school. These are things that they have to understand.
Hagerstown is a blue-collar town of about 43,000 people with a higher poverty rate than Baltimore City. And many of the families who live here are dealing with addiction. The city sits at the intersection of Interstates 70 and 81, known as the Heroin Highway.
Javar, welcome to 3rd grade. And
the Blitz gives teachers insight into their students' lives. Knowing what they're coping with at home helps teachers better teach.
I think it has made them more humanistic. I think it's also really, in some weird ways, really helped them push their expectations higher. You know, I'm a firm believer that you can't feel sorry for anyone. Feeling sorry for someone never has made them stronger.
There are roughly 1,400 public schools in Maryland. 98 have 100% poverty, meaning they receive extra federal funding to help low-income students. At Salem Avenue, every student is eligible for free breakfast and lunch, and any extra money goes towards books. The school has placed a strong emphasis on literacy, teaching children to love reading. And it's working. According to the most recent state test scores, 45.4% of students at Salem Avenue are proficient in English, a full point higher than the Maryland average. And in a state where the poorest areas tend to have the lowest rated schools, Salem is proving that doesn't need to be the case. This is the only school with 100% poverty to earn 4 out of 5 stars on the Maryland Report Card, which measures overall performance based on factors including attendance, test scores, and curriculum. Nearly all the other schools in Maryland with 100% poverty earn 1 or 2 stars.
I'm Mrs. Adams. And I'm Mrs. Yost. Yes, Mrs. Yost.
My friend Lily loved you as a third grade.
Oh, Lily. So sweet.
For Adams and Yost, the Blitz
I heard really great things about her.
is about meeting kids where they are.
I get you in the afternoon for reading and English and writing. Do you like to read?
Making a connection before they ever enter the classroom.
You don't remember a specific lesson usually. You don't remember a specific test, unless it was really tragic. But you do remember your teachers. You remember your friends. You remember an experience that you had.
It validates what I do every day, what we do every day, because some days are harder than others.
We're so glad we got to see you. Thanks for
Here,
hollering
Jackson,
so we
high
can come
five.
over, okay?
We'll be looking for you, okay?
All right, bud.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
It's been 2 months since Brooklyn Day Party mass shooting ended with 2 people dead, another 28 injured. Topping our next half hour, we take a look at where police may be making progress.
Fox 45 News is pushing for answers amid a rise in juvenile crime across Baltimore and the state. Still ahead, a mother voices her concerns about the juvenile justice system.
And we are entering another day with extreme heat as we just moved in to weather alert now throughout the region. How long this dangerous heat wave will last. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
All right, everybody, we've just switched into a weather alert mode here. We were talking about the potential dangerous heat and humidity and record-breaking temperatures. This will be the third day in a row that we're going to see those record-breaking temperatures. Also, the National Weather Service has pretty much the entire area. This orange that you're seeing right there on your screen, that's a heat advisory that goes until 8 o'clock tonight, basically for all of our local counties, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, Harford and Cecil counties, as well as Carroll and Howard counties. The only places not in that heat advisory are Kent, Queen Anne's, and Talbot, Caroline counties there. But either way, all of us will be hot, and it will also be humid once again today. So that's why we have the weather alert mode. Get your yard work and gardening done early this morning, as that heat of the day could be dangerous if you're going to be outside. Back with your full forecast and some relief from the heat. We'll talk about that in just a few.
The transportation troubles continue for Howard County schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, the improvements that parents and students can expect this week.
Baltimore City is under a code red due to the extreme heat. After the break, where you can go to avoid the heat. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Continuing coverage from Howard County schools, where it's been a bumpy start to the new school year. Students in their buses have either arrived late, some cases not even shown up at all.
Last week, the superintendent addressed the issues, and this week we are expecting an improvement. Olivia Dance joins us live in Columbia with the update from the school district. Olivia?
Well, Patrice, 20 bus routes were impacted by those transportation troubles, but today 12 of those 20 routes will be restored. Some of those buses take students right here to Wild Lake High School, but the school district says that they still expect some delays again this week, especially for the schools that start at 8:40 and 9:15 in the morning. Last week, Superintendent Michael Martirano gave an update on the delays and said their new bus contractor, Zoom Transportation, based out of California, had 20 drivers call out, temporarily suspending 20 bus routes. I asked the superintendent if he now regrets his decision to sign a contract with Zoom, a contract that accounts for more than half the school system's total bus budget. Take a listen to what he said.
For the last several years, having 95 to 105 vacancies every year is not acceptable either. So we wanted to implement a different delivery with a different contract that had access to a national body of individuals who could come in and support us as bus drivers.
He says the contract was an effort to combat bus driver vacancies. Other errors that contributed to the bus issues include contractor technology issues and the data and routes provided to contractors, causing drivers to get lost. The district says bus drivers were out this weekend practicing their routes to ensure they can be as efficient as possible for this second week of school. Adjustments to school start times by no more than 10 minutes are also being considered. And the district says it continues to work to fix the issues, and any updates can be found on the district website, including updates on buses that are running behind. I actually just checked the website a few minutes ago and saw that there are already some delays this morning. For now, reporting live in Howard County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:47 now. An ongoing battle of Georgia's redistricting map could have a significant impact on the 2024 election.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with more on the court battle. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. This could change the way the Congress is made up. Democrats in Georgia could get a seat in the House and multiple seats in the legislature. That is, if a judge rules that Republicans redrew maps illegally, weakening black voter powers. Now, the trial that begins today is part of a wave of litigation that's progressed after the U.S. Supreme Court this year stood behind its interpretation of the Voting Rights Act. It rejected Alabama's challenge to the law. Now, the case is expected to take 2 weeks. The judge, if they rule against it in the state, he'll likely order Georgia's Republican-controlled General Assembly to redraw maps before the 2024 congressional, state, and legislative elections, which could have a major impact. Now, this court case is challenging district lines drawn after the 2020 census. It could shape congressional elections in states beyond just Georgia. It could be Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, South Carolina, Texas. So major implications here. We'll keep you updated here at the Life Center.
That's right. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers to see what changed. We just became weather alert in the last, 10 minutes?
Yeah, essentially, it was right about 7:30, guys, right when we saw that heat advisory. We talked about that were heat advisories in effect for Western Maryland, and then the National Weather Service went ahead and put all of us, almost all of us, basically under that heat advisory, which means that dangerous heat and humidity. It's going to feel again today like 101 to 106 in the afternoon, with the record-breaking temperatures that will continue for a third day in a row for this heat wave. And things are changing around the region. We talked about schools being let out early, activities being canceled. We'll be talking about that here a little bit more. But this is why you can see all of the areas here in orange, which is pretty much most of our viewing area, save for a few of you out toward the eastern shore, not necessarily in that heat advisory, but all of us will feel that heat and humidity. And that heat advisory starts at noon today and will go until 8 o'clock tonight. There's that blazing sun already up this morning, and the coolest we've gotten is about 77 degrees. So that's as low as we got for our overnight temperature or morning temperature. We were in the 80s earlier this morning, which is typically where we are for afternoon highs this time of year. This is the dew point trend we're talking about, with a little bit more humidity both today and tomorrow. We'll see that heat index value that will get into that 104, 106 range tomorrow. Now, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, more of that humidity will work in here, but our temperatures are going to be coming down, and we'll have a better chance of seeing some showers to help kind of with that cooling process. These are some of the heat index values expected for the afternoon, upper 90s and low 100s. But watch what happens tomorrow as we get into that 2, 3 o'clock hour. Some widespread 102, 103, even 104 in some spots in terms of what it feels like. And that's what you have to kind of plan for in terms of being outside. So here's the record high temperatures. We had a record on Sunday and yesterday. We've got 2 more days of that record setting heat where our numbers are going to be close to 100 degrees. Notice the record on Thursday is 101. That actually should be safe because our numbers are expected to come down by about 4 or 5 degrees. But here's what you have to think about with hot weather safety. And again, this is September and we're talking about this. This is usually what we would do in June or July. Loose, lightweight clothing. Got to make sure to take plenty of breaks. I know a lot of people work outside, but you got to just try to build in that break in the shade or the AC with some nice ice cold water, and check in on neighbors and of course for the pets as well. Large ridge of high pressure, actually a couple of them. We have one to the south of us and an upper level ridge that is going to slide a little bit farther to the east through tomorrow and into Thursday, and that's going to bring in the change. But overall, the next couple of days, we're kind of all under the this heat dome for most of the eastern U.S. Here's the good news. Looking forward to next week, we actually are tracking in the below average category. So it won't be cool, but relatively speaking, quite a bit cooler than what we're going to be dealing with here for the next couple of days. And look at that, 18 days until the first day of fall, even though we're already in meteorological autumn. Look at these numbers today, mid to upper 90s across the board, eastern shore and those low to mid 90s as well. Even if you're heading down the ocean, still in the mid 80s there at Ocean City, with still potential for dangerous rip currents there as well, and mid to upper 90s, close to 100 in D.C. today, and even upper 80s in New York City. So up and down the East Coast, that heat is with us. So weather alert day now. Today, probably going to need a weather alert day again tomorrow. Thursday and Friday is when our weather pattern changes. We'll have some showers and storms to deal with that will help to cool us down a bit. Even a few leftover showers Saturday, but we do look dry and cooler for the Ravens game Sunday and for the O's coming back early next week.
In just 5 days, the Ravens will host the Houston Texans at M&T Bank Stadium. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, how the Ravens are shaping up ahead of the 2023 NFL season. We're going to...
And we're at Weber's Farm this morning. Again, we got, a lot of different dimensions out here. Now, this just came fresh out of the bakery. Now, normally, Jake doesn't do it, but I'll have to test the product. Delicious. We're coming back for more.
I want his job.
I know. Was he eating a muffin? Was that a muffin?
I don't even know what it was.
It sounded like a bacon at first.
I want his job. I can come with my own cup of coffee to all the food spots he goes
That's right.
to.
In fact, we can all head out to Weber's and enjoy a coffee break. $7:55 and in your consumer news, the new iPhone 15 models are expected to launch this month. But do you really need to switch over to a new iPhone?
every time they come out, right?
No. Stay with the Samsung.
According to a report from the Wall Street Journal, if your phone's performance is slow, it could mean you need a new battery. An Apple-certified new battery is typically priced at about $89, so you could go that route instead of getting the whole
Yeah, there you
phone.
go. All right, that's better.
All right, so this next story is up for a little bit of debate.
Yeah.
So how many chicken wings do you think you could eat in 12 minutes? So what comes to mind? What number comes to mind for you?
Man, going crazy. I'd probably
That
eat
wing
about
looks
like
good, actually.
20 to 30, maybe 12 minutes. I think I would be like, that would be a lot.
Right. So my mind was blown when, for one Australian man, it was 276.
There's got to be a typo. We'll be digging into this. 276 in 12 minutes. James Webb ate his way through the new world record at the U.S. Buffalo Wing Eating Championship. Webb, who is number 5 in the Major League Eating rankings, says he was shocked by his win.
I was just trying to clean the bones as best I could. I know I'm not as fast as these guys, but if they're going to weigh leftovers, if there's less chicken, well, I had a chance, right? So I guess my style works. I'm so shocked right now. I'm just grateful.
And he cleaned the bones, not just took a bite out of each. How do you do that and do 276?
And he's not as fast as the other guys, he said. So people are consuming more than 276 wings in 12 minutes?
So apparently, in case you were wondering, let's see, that amounts to about 23 wings per minute. Per minute.
Per minute.
How does, yeah.
23 wings per minute. Nope.
I can't do that. We are weather alert today due to extreme heat and humidity. Just ahead, when we can expect those fall-like temperatures to move back in and give us a little relief.
Well, I'm still chewing on the wings there in that story. The Birds taking on the Angels today. Still had a recap of yesterday's game, plus an update on their #1 overall pick from 2022. 7:57. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45 Morning News.
It is 8 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
What are police doing behind the scenes to catch those responsible for the Brooklyn Day mass shooting? Well, we know 2 months after the tragedy.
Plus, this morning, we're hearing from a mother who is fed up with the juvenile justice system. Coming up, an inside look at that mother's story.
A local community still reeling after shots ring out outside of a high school football game. Still ahead, the mayor's response to the shooting.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Today, a heat advisory begins at noon, and our region is entering day 3 of dealing with some intense, dangerous heat. Taking you live to the Inner Harbor, Towson, and Ocean City this morning, as temperatures expected to be right under triple digits. We continue to track the extreme temperatures with our Weather Authority radar, and you see the HD radar, and that is the indication of where we are on those alerts, right in the center of your screen.
Well, good Tuesday morning to all of you. It's September 5th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and Megan Gillen is off today. We want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's the one that's actually tracking the heat for us here at Fox 45.
Yeah, good morning, guys. And yeah, that weather alert is when we started just a little while ago because of that heat advisory, which is now, will be in effect starting at noon and going until 8 o'clock tonight. The dangerous heat and humidity is what we're talking about. Third day in a row of record-breaking temps. We even have another day tomorrow of where we'll be breaking records as well. So this heat is not going anywhere anytime soon. All of the areas there in orange under that heat advisory, which starts at noon and goes until 8 o'clock tonight. The only areas not under that will be Kent County and Queen Anne's County, Talbot County, and Caroline County, not under the heat advisory, but all of us are dealing with that heat. And here's a look at our Towson camera right now. Lots of sunshine that is out there. Look at these temperatures, lower 80s. Typically 80s is where we are for our afternoon highs this time of year, but we're already 80 degrees in Baltimore and Annapolis and 77 in Westminster as the kids get going there in Carroll County. So low to mid 80s for the next couple of hours. We're on our way to the 90s by 11 a.m. and upper 90s close to triple digits by this afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
They're teenagers. They know what they're doing. They know right from wrong. I don't know what to do. We tried everything, literally.
Well, this morning we are hearing from a mother who is fed up with the juvenile justice system. She says her 14-year-old daughter won't stop stealing cars, even while she's on home monitoring.
Shannon Lilly is joining us with the mother's story. Shannon?
Well, it's a tough situation. This mom says her 14-year-old daughter was actually shot back in February of this year, but that's not why she's reaching out to us. She says her daughter continues to steal cars, even while on home monitoring, yet faces very little consequences, and this mom wants to see change. Take a listen.
When she came home, she went out and stole a car that night and been getting arrested since. On home detention. But she's been arrested ever since. On home detention, they still won't do nothing. They won't violate her. I want my daughter somewhere I know where she at. I could go to sleep. At night, I'm worried. I be scared my daughter gonna get shot. I worry about my daughter not living till her birthday in December. I worry about my daughter every single day.
And it's that worry that continues. Remember, juvenile justice laws in the state put limits on what crimes young offenders can be charged with and the length of probation. And this Baltimore mom is seeing the impact of that. She says her daughter has been picked up by police everywhere from Towson to White Marsh to Catonsville and Baltimore City for stealing cars. The most recent arrest landing her in a Department of Juvenile Services group home, but this mom worries that won't be effective either. Now, according to data from DJS, there are 103 juveniles under supervision currently. The secretary of DJS, Vincent Schiraldi, says supervision works for 90% of the juveniles. But for the ones that it doesn't work for, he admits they need to respond quicker, and that is something he says they are working to improve right now. Meanwhile, lawmakers are set to meet for a hearing next week to review the Department of Juvenile Services and go over these juvenile laws in question. We'll continue to follow what comes out of that. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
It has been 2 months since the Brooklyn Day Party ended with 2 people dead and another 28 injured. Many of the victims were juveniles, and now we're learning that 2 of the people facing charges related to the shooting are also kids. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance joins us live with the latest on this investigation. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, that's right. So far, police have made 4 arrests, but none directly connected to the homicides. Now, Melissa Pinkleton, a law enforcement expert and former Nashville police sergeant, walks us through the process of what detectives might be doing behind the scenes. Take a listen to what she said.
What that tells me is they have found key
individuals who were involved with either the plotting or the planning or the carrying out, and they have put those individuals in separate rooms and somebody's talking, and they're not going to tell you that. I'll tell you that. That's what happens when you have a scenario like this and you finally get some key players. They are separating them, they're dividing and conquering.
Last week, Baltimore police announced 2 arrests in the case, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. In all, 4 suspects arrested so far, but no one arrested yet has been directly charged with the murders of the 2 people who were shot and killed. Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying their detectives are working around the clock. Pinkleton says an investigation like this takes time.
We need to let the officers take the information that they have, go through it, do a thorough investigation, because you want the conviction in court. And if you sacrifice quality for speed, you're not going to get a conviction.
Now, of course, if you have any information about this case, you can remain anonymous and could be eligible for a reward by calling Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Most counties in Maryland have already kicked off the new school year, but Caroline, Carroll, Cecil, and Kent counties are just heading back to school today.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, all morning long, we've been showing you Westminster High School. We showed in the dark before the staff was getting there. Then we saw the students come in.
Right.
And then right at 7:30, it was empty because that's when the opening bell started. So they are all back in class. The showdown. Congress returns with fresh battles to fight over funding. Just ahead from our live center, how the new session could put President Biden on the road to impeachment.
It has been a bumpy start to the school year in Howard County. Coming up in our next half hour, when parents and students can expect improvement from the bus system.
Temperatures hot today again. We're in weather alert mode, talking about the dangerous heat and humidity. Back with your forecast in a few.
Congress heads back to work today after a month-long summer recess.
Lawmakers have a lot on their plate and not much time to get things done. Taylor Stewart is in our live center with more on the budget deadline. Taylor?
That's right. A live look over Capitol Hill this morning as lawmakers trickle back into office today, gearing up for a fight over the federal budget. Right now, there's just 25 days left to decide on next year's spending bill to avoid a government shutdown. A vote from the House could come as soon as this week, but that's hardly likely. Both sides have signaled they're open to passing a continuing resolution. That would keep the government operating, but as Republicans target budget cuts, the idea becomes less appealing considering the nation's debt. Take a look at this. New watchdog group projects that the federal debt will double this year to nearly $2 trillion. This, as a new report shows, that the national debt stands at $33 trillion. That's according to the latest numbers from the U.S. Treasury Department. And it comes as we now know Republicans are gearing up for possibly an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. McCarthy will have to get everyone's vote except for the 4 possibly he could lose in order to make sure that he secures that. We'll have to keep you updated here at the Live Center.
Well, Project Baltimore takes us to a school with one of the highest poverty rates in Maryland, topping our next half hour. How the poorest school in Maryland is outperforming some of the best schools in our state. But first, questions remain how and why the deadliest mass shooting in Baltimore's history ever even happened. After the break, a law enforcement expert shares on where things stand in this investigation. 8:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
(8:14) now, 2 months after the deadliest mass shooting in Baltimore history. Questions remain about how and why it happened as the families of those killed and injured still wait for justice. A 173-page report detailing mistakes that were made provide little comfort or answers and has actually led to finger pointing about who's at fault. Law enforcement expert Mari Richards joins us with a look at where things stand. Good morning, Mari.
Morning, Patrice.
So 2 months later, arrests have been made, but none for the deaths of the 2 people that died there that day. The mother of one of them has spoken out saying the police were not there. They were called repeatedly. They should have been there, and that her daughter didn't have to die. What do you say to that?
Well, let's look at that report. I think it was basically a sham. I think it was very superficial, and it's going to lead to the destruction of the police department. Only the police were held accountable. Everyone else let off the hook, starting with the tenant who allowed that illegal party to start on their property. No eviction, no consequences. Safe Streets knew about this event well in advance, didn't call the police. It intervened with 2 conflicts with the guns and put those people back in the crowd. Were they the ones that did the shooting later? Very likely. They're not cooperating with the investigation. Safe Streets knows who's involved. And finally, the drug dealers who have financed Brooklyn Day, not only this time, but in the past. So there's a whole lot of stuff out there, and only the police are taking the blame.
And so to that point, there are 2 sides forming based on what happened. You have the one side saying we're making police the scapegoats, but then you have others, some city council members. They said based on that report, I think a lack of seriousness was shocking that we saw from the police department. It's a disturbing report that showed a level of contempt that officers showed toward those who that we serve. And it's not okay to say, well, we're just understaffed. So is there not some accountability on the part of police?
Well, yeah, but we need to get much deeper. You know, why weren't calls made, you know, to bring resources in and shut it down right away? And I think the confusion there goes to the very top. In that report on page 51, if people want to look, they have the police operational plan from last year, where they deployed about 30 officers ahead of time. And in that, they say, this is the police saying that this is a drug dealer sponsored event. So, you know, how is it possible that the police department serves as chaperones for drug dealers sponsored events? And it was the same thing this time. So I think there's a lot of confusion. You know, should we shut this down? Are we going to let it go? And if you don't get to the bottom of those incredible, important issues, you're never going to get a good answer.
All right, Morin Richards, we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
8:18 now. We are weather alert, and now we are currently under a heat advisory until 8 tonight. Our region is entering day 3, dealing with some intense and dangerous heat conditions, taking you live to the Inner Harbor. As you see on the top of your screen there, also Taos on the bottom right of your screen, and then you can see Ocean City this morning in the big video that we have for you, as temperatures expected to be right under triple digits.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Weather alert day.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, too, the heat advisory starts at noon. So we're not under the heat advisory right now, even though we have orange on the map right there. But that heat advisory is noon until 8 o'clock tonight. And we more than likely will have heat advisories again tomorrow with more of that dangerous heat and humidity and record-breaking temps for the 3rd day in a row today. And then we're also going to be breaking records on Wednesday as well. At least that's what the forecast is looking like. This is that heat advisory. And again, it starts at noon, goes until 8 o'clock tonight for pretty much all of us here in central Maryland, save for a few of the eastern shore counties. We're already at 80 degrees at BWI Thurgood Marshall with that humidity at 69%. Dew points in the upper 60s. And we're going to keep the dew points today and tomorrow in the 60s. They'll climb more on Thursday and Friday, but we have cooler air temperatures, so it won't be as oppressive as we head later into into the week. These are the heat index values, and this is when we get into the dangerous category, when we have prolonged 102, 103, 104 degree readings in terms of what it feels like outside. Tomorrow, expect it to be a little bit muggier, could even hit that triple digit mark, but we're going to feel like we're in those 100 to 105 degree range as we head into your heat index values for Wednesday as well. That's why we have the weather alert. So here's a look at your record high temperatures. The records for today, tomorrow, and Thursday laid out there for you. So 96, 98, and 101 respectively. We're looking for 2 more days close to triple digits. 95 on Thursday will be a little bit cooler, so that 101, which actually is the hottest it's ever been in any September ever, was set back in 1881. So I think that one is going to be safe. But you have to think about this, the hot weather safety. These are things we talk about in June and July, not early September. So loose, lightweight clothing. You want to take breaks in the shade or AC. Check in on neighbors or family and friends that maybe don't have AC. Just make sure everybody's doing okay and keep those pets inside. We have this big heat dome over the eastern U.S., 2 ridges of high pressure, so one to the southeast and an upper level ridge to the north of us. This upper level ridge is going to slide a little bit farther to the east over the next couple of days, and that's going to change up our weather pattern and bring us more of a southerly flow by the time we head toward the weekend. But this is what it looks like next week with below average temperatures. So instead of the well above average, we're actually going to be below average, and we'll feel more fall-like on the second half of the weekend and next week. But for today, another day in the mid to upper 90s, that oppressive heat out there as well, up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 90s going, almost 100 in D.C. as well today. Now, here's our future scan. So we're dry today and tomorrow, thanks to that ridge of high pressure, those 2 ridges. But watch what happens Thursday. We get more of that southerly flow ahead of a cold front that's coming in. And Thursday afternoon could see some strong to severe thunderstorms, and even into Friday, some leftover showers and storms. So a bit unsettled, even though we're cooler as we head toward the weekend. Probably going to need another weather alert day tomorrow, and then some of those storms left over early on Saturday. Sunday does look a little bit drier for the Ravens home opener, and weather looks a lot better for early next week as the O's come back to town.
Baltimore is opening a number of cooling centers for residents who need a safe place to try to avoid this heat.
The city's Department of Aging will be opening multiple sites today, starting here in about 40 minutes. They'll include the Hartford Senior Center, the Sandtown Winchester Senior Center, and some others. The cooling areas will run until 7 tonight.
Now, those who are homeless can cool off at Beans and Bread from 9 a.m. until 1, and the Housing Authority will open a center for city residents at Cherry Hill Homes from 8:30 a.m. until 4 this afternoon.
Ravens season opener just 5 days away, but some players still are not at practice. Coming up, we'll have the latest on their lineup.
Weber's Farm this morning. Now, of course, when you talk about Weber's, you got to talk about their cider, but you can't forget about the pies. I don't know, will it be the apple, will it be the very berry, will it be the pecan? We'll get into all these pies coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local.
So it might not feel like it outside today, but it is almost apple cider donut time. Almost any time is a good time for that.
It is. Mark Clark live at Weber's Farm with the fall foods and festivities that they're working on this season. And you were showing us some pies. Tell us about all of those pies.
Yes. So Tom, so Jake, we got Jake was just telling me about the amazing pies. So as you can see, these just came fresh off the oven. So we're not gonna do a pie a la mode, guys. But so Jake, pies are super popular, right?
Pies are one of the things we are known best for. We do some delicious pies here. This is our classic apple pie, one of our most popular ones. Pumpkin is probably the most popular over the course of the whole year, particularly around Thanksgiving. We got our very berry here, which is blackberry, blueberry, red raspberry, and strawberry all mixed together. Delicious pie for the summertime. We have our cherry pie here, and a pecan pie, a classic pie to have with a scoop of ice cream.
And so for the heat, guys, you're saying, well, maybe I don't want a hot pie. It's going to be 100 degrees. What about the cider slushy? The cider slushy, or is that, what do you call it, Jake?
Apple cider slush. This is basically frozen apple cider. We put it in a frozen drink machine. It is just the best thing around.
I gotta tell you,
I gotta tell you,
this will keep you cool.
Nothing in this except apples. This is our apple cider. We basically take the apples, grind them into a pulp, press them, and
Okay, Jake, enough, Jake, enough.
A little too technical.
Once he gets started, you can't stop him, guys, but yes.
It's good. If you haven't had it, you need to get out to Weber's. It's always fun there. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Football season. Speaking of Weber's, football season is back, and your chance to win some cash still ahead in our next half hour. We'll have some touchdown trivia for you.
And we are in weather alert mode with severe heat across the Baltimore region. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting you know how to prepare for this heat wave. 8:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Shots ring out at a high school football game in the city. Just ahead, I'll have the latest in the investigation and the ripple effects this violence could have in Baltimore.
The transportation troubles continue for Howard County schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, the improvements that parents and students can expect this week.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are in weather alert mode right now as we're currently under a heat advisory until 8 p.m. this evening. Here in Maryland, we are experiencing severe heat conditions right now, taking you live to the Bay Bridge, Inner Harbor, Towson, as we're going to actually check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers because we have hit a high today already. Let's go ahead and check on your forecast. I'm Taylor Stewart, Tom Rogers, and very hot out there.
Yeah, that's exactly right, guys. We're talking about temperatures that are going to be in the upper 90s and close to triple digits. Again, that heat advisory starts at noon today. We'll go until 8 o'clock tonight. Dangerous heat and humidity, record-breaking temperatures for the third day in a row, and probably going to be doing that again tomorrow. So we'll have to have another weather alert day more than likely on Wednesday. Mid to upper 70s for Owings Mills and Cockeysville, 80 in Baltimore City and Dundalk, also 80 in Brooklyn Park, 77 in Elk Ridge. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. This will be the coolest because we're still going to be in the low to mid 80s, and we'll see those temperatures climb close to 100 both today and tomorrow. It's going to feel like the low 100s for the afternoons, but then by Thursday we finally have a little relief with some more showers and storms that will be moving in as well. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
It is the poorest school in Washington County, Maryland, yet it's on par with some of the best schools in our state.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains right now what their secret is to success as Salem Avenue Elementary continues to have the best scores. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, good morning. So this is a really inspirational story. Now, we are constantly told by our politicians that more money is going to equate to more success in schools throughout Maryland. But we found a school in Hagerstown, Salem Avenue Elementary. This school in Washington County is the poorest school in that county. It has 100% poverty. Every student in this school in Hagerstown lives in poverty. Yet when you look at their test scores and you look at the ratings of this school, in many instances, it is outperforming state averages. Now, to put this into perspective, there are about 1,400 schools in Maryland, 1,400 public schools in Maryland. 98 of them have 100% poverty, Hagerstown being this one. And it is the only one that has 4 out of 5 stars on the Maryland report card, which is the rating system that Maryland uses to determine school performance. It is outperforming the state averages in English language arts. And, you know, as you guys know, like we live in this state where the lowest performing schools tend to be in the areas with the highest poverty. But Salem Avenue Elementary is proving that doesn't need to be the case. It's a really remarkable story. And I would recommend that people head to foxbaltimore.com and check out how they're doing this, because we went to Hagerstown to find out for ourselves.
Chris, do you think, I mean, this report that you showed the teachers visiting their students at their house before school even starts, the principal's philosophy behind that, and the push for reading. Do you think this is a model that you can use in those other, I think you said it was like 98 schools that are the exact same 100% poverty? Do you think that should go across them, or is this something different because it needs to be more of a community-based approach to it?
Sure. No, I think this is something that could be used at all 1,400 public schools in Maryland. And it's not a difficult concept, Tom. And it's a good question, because in 2012, the principal of Salem Avenue Elementary, he started what is known as the Blitz. And before school starts, the week before school starts, his teachers visit the homes of all of their students. And he said it's not just a thing to create a connection, it's a thing for the teachers to see where their kids are going to be doing their homework. I mean, again, 100% poverty. There are kids that many times they don't have electricity, they don't have running water. It gives the teacher an understanding of what these children are going home to, and it allows the teacher to better teach from that perspective. Now, this is not anything that every school couldn't do. And when we went on the blitz with them, we went on this trek with them for 3 hours as the teachers went to all of their students' homes. The kids are excited. You can see that they're engaged. They're with their teachers before school even begins. And this is the thing that Salem Avenue is doing that's different, and it is clearly leading to pretty incredible success.
Well, remarkable findings there. It's interesting to see if this will be modeled at other schools in Baltimore City. Thank you, Chris Pabst. Continuing coverage this morning, a local community is still reeling after shots rang out outside a high school football game in the city. This happened on Friday when Loyola Blakefield, a school in Towson, came to Baltimore to play Dunmore. Now some are questioning if the shooter could keep people away from the city.
Shannon Lilly joining us from police headquarters with those concerns and how the mayor in Baltimore is responding. Shannon?
Yeah, this morning, that shooter is likely still at large. Police have yet to release a suspect description, but just hours after that shooting happened on Friday, Mayor Scott was confident that this is yet another case of an illegal gun being used to carry out crime. Those terrifying moments all captured on a live stream. Take a look. Those gunshots sending student athletes, coaches, and fans scrambling, all still in broad daylight. Police say a 12-year-old boy was injured by that gunfire outside of the game. And according to Acting Commissioner Richard Worley, private security chased down the suspect, but he still got away. Now we're hearing from an economist on how this case of gun violence in the city could have a ripple effect.
Along with Loyola Blakefield players and coaches come alumni, friends, families, so on and so forth. Again, this interchange between city and county, which we all want, but instead of celebrating these young men and their athletic pursuits, we see violence and we see fans in panic. Other counties do not want to play against city teams in the city. Will this keep friends and family, alumni away from such games? And does this affect the attendance of other events in the city as well, not just those attendees that would attend a Friday night high school football game?
He says that could certainly be a possibility. Meanwhile, this morning we are learning that 12-year-old boy is still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
It's been 2 months since the Brooklyn Day party ended with 2 people dead, 28 others injured. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we take a look at what police are doing behind the scenes to make some headway in this investigation.
Could we break a record because of the heat when it comes to the temperatures?
That's a good question. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how hot today will be and the next weather maker that could roll around. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All
8:41 on this Tuesday morning. We're turning now to Howard County Schools, where it's been a bumpy start for the school year. Students' buses just have not been arriving, or they are arriving late. Last week, the superintendent addressing the issues. This week, we're expecting an improvement.
That's right. Olivia Dance joins us live in Columbia with an update from the school district. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Taylor, 20 bus routes were impacted by the transportation troubles, but today 12 of those 20 routes will be restored. Some of those buses take students right here to Wild Lake High School, but the school district says that they still expect some delays again this week. We're already seeing some this morning, especially for the schools that start at 8:40 and 9:15 in the morning. Last week, Superintendent Michael Martirano gave an update on the delays and said their new bus contractor, Zoom Transportation, based out of California, had 20 drivers call out, temporarily suspending 20 bus routes. I asked the superintendent if he now regrets his decision to sign a contract with Zoom, a contract that accounts for more than half the school system's total bus budget. Take a listen to what he said.
For the last several years, having 95 to 105 vacancies every year is not acceptable either. So we wanted to implement a different delivery with a different contract that had access to a national body of individuals who could come in and support us as bus drivers.
He says the contract was an effort to combat bus driver vacancies. Other errors that contributed to the bus issues include contractor technology issues and the data and routes provided to contractors, causing drivers to get lost. The district says bus drivers were out this weekend practicing their routes to ensure they can be as efficient as possible for this second week of school. Adjustments to school start times by no more than 10 minutes are also being considered. The district says it continues to work to fix the issues, and any updates can be found on the district website, including updates about buses that are running behind. I actually just checked the website a few minutes ago, and it's already showing that at least 30 buses are delayed this morning. For now, reporting live in Howard County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. These dangerous heat conditions canceling some sporting events across the area today. Coming up, will your child be impacted by the weather?
But first, is transportation around Baltimore region getting easier? After the break, a professor joins us more to share more about the revival of a controversial project that may make traveling faster and cheaper. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is a 14-mile stretch through the heart of Baltimore, creating an east-west mass transit connection. The controversial project, called the Red Line, and would come with a proposed cost of nearly $3 billion. Joining us now to discuss the revival, political science professor at Towson University, Dr. Don Wongs. Thank you so much for coming in, Doctor.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Sure. Governor Larry Hogan vetoed this a couple times when they were talking about this. This has been a project that's been ongoing. He said it's too much of a cost here, and basically he called it a boondoggle.
Yeah. So it's a legitimate concern to wonder whether or not all that money would be worthwhile, right? But when you look at transportation around the Baltimore region, it's clear that mass transit is not working, right? We need a much more efficient, effective transportation system, transit system for folks to be able to get where they need to go. And one of the challenges is what we have right now is just not efficient, right?
Connecting Woodlawn all the way across to the east side beyond Baltimore. So you're basically going across Baltimore City and going from county to county, essentially.
Yes.
And there's some major corridor going through there.
Yes.
The project itself would then disrupt that area, and that would be adding to the cost where Governor Hogan says, okay, they're proposing $2.9 billion. He thinks it would be closer to $4 billion.
So I'm not going to say that it probably wouldn't cost more than $2.9 billion, right? Because these projects tend to cost more than they're anticipated. But the flip side of it is it's essential, right? It's like you need to transform these. We need an overall system for this region that can get people from point A to point B, from point C to point D. And right now, if you try to use mass transit in the Baltimore area, it's very difficult, right? It takes it takes an hour and a half to get someplace that it takes 20 minutes to drive. So the issue, it's going to cost a lot, but it's essential. And so I think that's where the conversation needs to happen, is like, it's going to cost us something.
Do you think, though, that will also drive businesses, though, if we have a better transportation?
Yes,
You're not just saying jobs when we talk about certain jobs, but it will bring businesses to Baltimore City.
Yes, I think that, well, two things. One, I think the priority needs to be that there are pockets of communities that are disconnected from the existing job centers, and they need to be connected. There are folks who are disconnected from healthcare facilities. They're disconnected from educational opportunities. They need to be integrated into some kind of a transportation system where they can get to those places efficiently. Beyond that, if you have a more efficient system, then that makes the area more attractive to investors and for other kinds of businesses and things like that. But for me, the priority is connecting those folks who are now kind of disconnected.
And under Governor Westmore, that seems to be moving now. He's agreeing with that, and he's now moving it, and so we will see this project moving forward.
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay.
And Dr. Wong, thank you so much for coming in from Towson University. We appreciate that. Professor there. Now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers as we are weather alert.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everybody. And we are talking about the dangerous heat and humidity for the third day in a row, record-breaking temperatures. Now, we didn't have as much humidity the last 2 days. That humidity is going to start to increase over the next couple of days, which is why we shifted into weather alert mode. 80 right now in Towson, not much wind. The dew point at 69 degrees, and dew point temps are going to keep into the 60s, possibly even to the 70s here as we head to the next couple of afternoons. So that muggy meter will definitely be up there. And that's why those feels like temperatures are in that dangerous category. These are the heat index values. So this is what your body feels like it is when you step outside through the afternoon. Widespread low triple digits. Tomorrow, even a little bit more. Could see about 104 as a heat index value tomorrow afternoon in Baltimore City. So again, this gets to that dangerous category that we typically see in June and July when we talk about heat waves. But it is September, my friends, and we've been hot in September before. In fact, we broke the record yesterday and Sunday. With the record for the day is 96, set back in 1954. And then the record for tomorrow is 98 degrees, set back in 83. So a little harder to break that number tomorrow, but we think we're going to slide right above it. Today is probably going to be breaking the record for sure. Thursday's record, luckily, of 101 is safe, because right now it does look like we'll trend a little bit downwards with our temperatures by the time we get to Thursday. So stay hydrated. We talk about it all the time, but this is September, and we're not really talking necessarily about that heat and humidity around this time of year, but you got to make sure to stay hydrated. Loose, lightweight clothing, breaks in the shade, and then the AC, because we're not getting a break here over the next couple of days. We've got two large ridges of high pressure. That's that clockwise flow around that H. We've got the surface low, the surface high that is around the southeast and an upper level high. That ridge to the north is going to slide a little bit farther to the north and to the east over the next few days, and that will change up our weather as we head toward Thursday. But if you have the ability to hang in the pool, I know a lot of them closed after this Labor Day weekend. We're talking about mid-80s through 10 a.m. and upper 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. That UV index definitely in that high category. And temperatures, even on the eastern shore, will be in the low to mid-90s, mid to upper 90s for Bel Air and Cockeysville to Baltimore City, even D.C. close to 100 today, 97 in Cumberland and western Maryland, 84 if you're heading down the ocean. Here's a look at our future scan. We don't get much in the way of rain today or tomorrow, but as I mentioned, on Thursday, you'll start to see more of an influx of moisture. We do have that potential for some strong to possibly severe thunderstorms by Thursday afternoon into the evening ahead of that cold front that's moving in. And that cold front will do us favors. By the time we get to Friday and Saturday, numbers back down to more palatable or tolerable numbers in the 80s. And we'll keep those 80s going for Sunday's first game with the Ravens at M&T Bank Stadium. Maybe a stray shower or two, but overall, game weather is not looking too bad.
All right, in Baltimore County, all outdoor BCPS practices and games are canceled for today. That's because of the extreme heat. This does not, however, affect indoor practices or games.
8:52 now, and it's time for some football. We're kicking off the season, and you could win money every weekday from now until September 21st. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code you see right there on your screen for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our touchdown trivia contest, where you can get the answer right and you can win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. One weekly national winner will win $5,000. Again, scan the QR code to get your touchdown trivia question of the day. Good luck and congratulations to yesterday's winner, Centier Jackson, $100.
In just 5 days, the Ravens will host the Houston Texans at M&T Bank Stadium. Ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, how they're shaping up ahead of the 2023 NFL season.
And it may not feel like fall, but it's coming. We stopped by Weber's to check on all the fall favorites. I'm thinking about pie, donuts. Look at the donuts. Be honest.
Oh, they were
it's
ready.
awesome graphic.
They were so ready.
That's some apple cider donuts
Add
right
that to our
there.
coffee break.
Yes, it goes perfect with it.
In your morning business report, the new iPhone 15 models are expected to launch this month. But do you really need to switch over to a new phone? According to a report from the Wall Street Journal, if your phone's performance is slow and the screen might lag, it could mean you need a new battery. An Apple-certified new battery is typically priced at about $89 if you have an iPhone 8, 8 Plus, or X. The report suggests upgrading the new iPhone to 15 because of iOS 17 will not work on older models. It might make it a good time to switch to the latest features.
Peloton bikes, guess what? They're out, and treadmills are in, according to a new report by the New York Post. The report cites e-commerce company Scout, I should say, which found there has been 99% increase in treadmill sales from last year to last August of this year. Now, meanwhile, exercise bike purchases have lowered by 3% during that same time period. Exercise equipment experts say some people prefer watching a TV show while getting in their cardio workout ahead instead of being told by an on-screen coach telling you to push further and work out for 30 minutes.
All right, now it's time for America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
If you're like me and everybody in your house is on a health journey, this Counto digital scale is really going to help you maintain a healthy lifestyle. I did a lot of research and I'm so excited about this. I'm going to show you what you get when you bring it home. But it is a digital scale and it gives you 12 different body measurements, not just your weight, because our weight really fluctuates. So this is going to give you more information, like you'll get your BMI, your bone index, and your basal metabolic rate. And if you're a new mom, it's really cool because there's a baby growth setting and you can put it in baby mode. And if you're an athlete, like I have a lot of muscle men in my house, you can also measure your muscle mass. I don't like getting on a scale. I do not, but knowledge is power, and this gives me so much information. It's really been a game changer with my health along that journey. This pairs with any smartphone, so you can take all of that data on this scale, and it's going to be on your app. Now, let me tell you how this works. The science is a little bit much. The scale can measure all these things. All you got to do, you step on it. It uses bioelectrical impedance, which measures how easily an electrical signal can move throughout your body. I know it's a lot, but that signal is going to move faster through muscle, so it can help you track what's muscle and what's fat. This is such a great deal and a cool product. Right now, we're offering 38% off the Counto scale. Head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Fox 45 News is pushing for answers amid a rise in juvenile crime across Baltimore and the state. Still ahead, the mother who's voicing concerns about the juvenile justice system.
It has been 2 months since the Brooklyn Day party ended with 2 people dead and another 28 injured. We take a look at where police may be making progress.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
It is a weather alert day. Good morning on this Tuesday, September 5th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Taylor Stewart. It's a scorcher out there. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at how hot it already is, and it's going to keep getting hotter.
Yeah, 80s already this morning. In fact, we're at numbers right now that we typically see for our afternoon highs in early September. So those fall-like numbers we started the weekend with are at least taken a step aside for a bit. Dangerous heat and humidity, which is why we're in the weather alert day today with record-breaking temperatures for the 3rd day in a row. Looking out from our Towson camera, 695, and you can see plenty of sunshine out there. But check some of these numbers statewide. Low to mid 80s, Westminster and Baltimore, upper 70s in Bel Air, 76 in Elkton. I mean, we just really didn't cool down much overnight at all. So over the next couple of hours, numbers will continue to climb in the mid 80s next hour and into the lower 90s as early as 11 a.m. And we're going to be really close to that triple-digit number again today. We did see some areas that hit 100 yesterday, but officially we only got to 99, and that's the number we're going for today as well. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, now to your Len Stoller traffic network. Taking a live look here on I-83 on Ruxton Road southbound. Right now, there's heavy volume, so if you're trying to get somewhere quickly, you may want to use an alternate route.
Representatives for former President Donald Trump are pushing back on the idea that he possibly is constitutionally disqualified from running for another term.
National correspondent Kaylee Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill with more on this debate.
Well, good morning. So these two top Democrats, Representative Adam Schiff from California and Senator Tim Kaine from Virginia, made the case over the weekend that Trump might be ineligible to run in 2024, arguing he violated the 14th Amendment's insurrection clause through his actions on January 6th. This is a Civil War era clause. It was originally meant to bar Confederates from holding office. A Trump campaign spokesperson calls using the 14th Amendment in this case an absurd conspiracy theory. Trump supporters pointing out that an Obama appointed judge in Florida dismissed a 14th Amendment challenge to Trump's candidacy last week, invoking the 14th Amendment to remove Trump from the ballot would be decided on a state-by-state basis.
So let's switch gears here a little. Kayla, talking about the war in Ukraine now. Russia, we're hearing, could soon be getting weapons from North Korea. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, a new report shows Russian President Vladimir Putin will meet for weapons negotiations with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. That meeting is supposed to take place later this month. Putin is expected to ask for artillery shells and anti-tank missiles in exchange for technology on nuclear submarine, satellites, and food assistance. This would be the first meeting since 2019 between the two, so before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The U.S. is urging North Korea to stop these negotiations with Russia. Last week, the White House said intelligence showed Putin and Kim Jong-un were exchanging personal letters. Now, aside from North Korea, Russia has also received drones and artillery from Iran as it seeks to bolster its stockpiles amid the ongoing war in Ukraine.
All right. Kayla Gaskins live in Washington. Thank you.
As summer comes to a close, Fox 45 News is pushing for answers amid a rise in juvenile crime across Baltimore and the state.
We've seen children as young as 11 years old caught up in several high-profile crimes this summer, from a spree of car thefts to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Fox 45 News is demanding accountability from leaders at the city and state level.
Now, we've heard from prosecutors and law enforcement across Maryland who say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable. And now a mother joins those calls saying her 14-year-old daughter is wrapped up in juvenile crime.
I worry about my daughter not living till her birthday in December. I worry about my daughter every single day. It's taking our babies younger and younger, the streets. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
Well, we have team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance has more on the Brooklyn Day investigation and the search for a killer.
But we start off with Shannon Lilly, who has more on the mother's story and why she says she's fed up with the juvenile justice system.
Well, it's a tough situation. This mom says her 14-year-old daughter was actually shot back in February of this year, but that's not why she's reaching out to us. She says her daughter continues to steal cars, even while on home monitoring, yet faces very little consequences, and this mom wants to see change. Take a listen.
When she came home, she went out and stole a car that night and been getting arrested since. On home detention. But she's been arrested ever since. On home detention, they still won't do nothing. They won't violate her. I want my daughter somewhere I know where she at. I could go to sleep. At night, I'm worried. I be scared my daughter gonna get shot. I worry about my daughter not living till her birthday in December. I worry about my daughter every single day.
And it's that worry that continues. Remember, juvenile justice laws in the state put limits on what crimes young offenders can be charged with and the length of probation. And this Baltimore mom is seeing the impact of that. She says her daughter has been picked up by police everywhere from Towson to White Marsh to Catonsville and Baltimore City for stealing cars. The most recent arrest landing her in a Department of Juvenile Services group home, but this mom worries that won't be effective either. Now, according to data from DJS, there are 103 juveniles under supervision currently. The secretary of DJS, Vincent Schiraldi, says supervision works for 90% of the juveniles. But for the ones that it doesn't work for, he admits they need to respond quicker, and that is something he says they are working to improve right now. Meanwhile, lawmakers are set to meet for a hearing next week to review the Department of Juvenile Services and go over these juvenile laws in question. We'll continue to follow what comes out of that. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Now, there are other cases of juveniles wearing ankle monitors and while accused of committing crimes. 2 young people arrested in connection with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting were also wearing ankle monitors from the Department of Juvenile Services. That's a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old.
It has been 2 months since the Brooklyn Day party ended, with 2 people dead and another 28 injured. Many of the victims were juveniles, and now we're learning that 2 of the people facing charges related to the shooting are also kids. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance joins us live with the latest on that investigation. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, that's right. So far, police have made 4 arrests, none directly connected to the homicides. Now, Melissa Pinkleton, a law enforcement expert and former Nashville police sergeant, walks us through the process of what detectives might be doing behind the scenes. Take a listen to what she said.
What that tells me is they have found key individuals who were involved with either the plotting or the planning or the carrying out, and they have put those individuals in separate rooms and somebody's talking, and they're not going to tell you that. I'll tell you that. That's what happens when you have a scenario like this and you finally get some key players. They are separating them. They're dividing and conquering.
Last week, Baltimore police announced 2 arrests in the case, including a 14-year-old suspect arrested at school. In all, 4 suspects arrested so far, but no one arrested yet has been directly charged with the murders of the 2 people who were shot and killed. Police Commissioner Richard Worley vowing an arrest will come, saying their detectives are working around the clock. Pinkleton says an investigation like this takes time.
We need to let the officers take the information that they have, go through it, do a thorough investigation, because you want the conviction in court. And if you sacrifice quality for speed, you're not going to get a conviction.
Of course, if you have any information in this case, you can remain anonymous and could be eligible for a reward by calling Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News has also done extensive reporting on the 3 organizations that released after-action reports in the wake of the mass shooting. Police, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and the Housing Authority. Our complete coverage is available right now at foxbaltimore.com.
With juveniles facing charges for the Brooklyn Day shooting, it just adds to the growing list of youth violence we've seen this year. Many prosecutors across Maryland are now demanding major changes to the state's juvenile justice laws.
What we're realizing when we talk to the young people is that young people, the juveniles, know there's nothing that we can do.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them, they're back in the community the next day. They get picked up for the second one, can't detain them. They're back in the community again the next day.
Now, the state's attorneys are taking issue with 2 laws in particular. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. And the Child Interrogation Act keeps police from questioning juveniles without a parent and attorney present. Lawmakers had a chance to amend those laws during this year's legislative session, but didn't approve any changes.
Fox 45 News also sent questions to Governor Wes Moore's office last month, asking about what changes need to be made to hold juveniles accountable. In response, the governor's office sent us a statement saying the governor will continue working with legislators and community leaders to bring solutions that provide real measures of accountability. That brings us to our question of the day. What would you like the governor to do about the juvenile crime crisis before the next legislative session? Listen to prosecutors or make changes to current laws? So far, 96% of people who have voted say listen to prosecutors. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
The search continues this morning for a suspect who opened fire, hitting a 12-year-old outside a football game at Dunbar High School. Why some say this shooting could keep people away from the city.
And a legal challenge in Georgia over redistricting, how it could impact your 2024 election. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
And we are taking a live look outside of East Middle School in Carroll County. Brand new school there. If you take a look at the left side of your screen, that is where Westminster High used to be located. Beautiful location out there now. First day of school for those students, and they've got a hot one. 9:10 is the time.
We're back right now with a live look over Capitol Hill as Congress heads back to work today after a month-long summer recess. A live look as lawmakers are gearing up to start talking about that federal budget. Right now, there are just 25 days left to decide on this year's federal spending bill. All they have to do now to avoid that government shutdown is hammer out a deal. But a vote could come this week. Not likely, though. Republicans have signaled they're open to passing a continuing resolution to keep the government operating. That is, if they can get the budget cuts they're looking for. That is considerable considering the debt we're seeing here. Take a look at this. Watchdog Group projects the federal debt will double to nearly $2 trillion this year. It's mostly due to high interest rates, lower tax revenue, and high inflation. Meantime, we are already seeing the impact of the debt. It's already a staggering $33 trillion, according to the U.S. Treasury Department. It's something that has ballooned in the last month here with $306 billion. At the same time here, House Republicans are calling for Biden's impeachment inquiry. With a slight majority in the House, McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 Republican votes for that motion. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Taking a live look now from Carroll County, as today is the first day of school for Carroll County, Caroline County, Cecil, and Kent counties. And we want to see your first day of school picture. Scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla. Well, a few Baltimore City schools today will close early today and tomorrow. And that is because of the extreme heat and the lack of air conditioning. 11 schools are impacted. The school system was supposed to have air conditioning installed in all schools by this school year. Now they say they'll have AC by the end of this school year. Well, we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and get more about this weather alert and just how hot it's going to feel out there today. It was hot yesterday, so.
And it's already gotten hotter this morning. Let's go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with that dangerous heat.
Yeah, dangerous heat and humidity. That's the big thing that we're changing up today. Today and tomorrow, there will be more humidity there, and that's why it's going to feel even hotter, hence why we are now in weather alert mode. Even with those temperatures that were record-breaking on Sunday and on Monday, more record-breaking temps today and into tomorrow as well. So today will be the 3rd day in a row. Tomorrow, the 4th day in this heat wave. So these areas here in orange are under a heat advisory that begins at noon today. It goes all the way through 8 o'clock tonight. Notice that in Kent County, Queen Anne's, Talbot, and Caroline County, not in the heat advisory, but you're still hot and humid there. It is for Cecil County and all of our areas here in central Maryland. Again, more than likely we'll need a heat advisory again tomorrow with the fact that we'll have the heat and humidity. Now, 84 is typically where we are for our afternoon highs in September. That's the average over the last 30 years, but we're already at that number right now with that dew point at 69 degrees, and dew point temps, they're going to climb. So a little bit more warmer in terms of dew point numbers tomorrow, then lower 70s for dew points into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But at least the air temperature is going to come down a bit, so you can see that heat index value not as extreme toward the end of the week. But today and tomorrow is still going to be in that 100-degree category. In fact, you can see a lot of us right about 102, 103 for your Tuesday afternoon feels like temperatures. That's that heat and humidity combined. And then we get into Wednesday, where we'll see even higher numbers. We could actually hit that 100-degree actual reading for air temperature, which we haven't done since 2020, but it will still feel like about 104 toward tomorrow afternoon with the heat and humidity combined. So there's the records. As I mentioned, we already had a record for the last 2 days. So 99 today and tomorrow, those are the forecasted highs. Notice the record is 96 and 98 respectively. And then the record high on Thursday is 101, which is also the hottest ever in the month of September. That was set in 1881. So hopefully that record stays safe with us unless we jump that number for the hottest September day, either today or tomorrow. Very possible, because we're going to be pretty close to it. So stay hydrated if you're going to be outside. Lightweight clothing, take breaks in the shade or AC, and make sure to check on your neighbors and keep those pets inside, and plenty of water for those pets as they can't get the water themselves. All right, here's a look at our heat dome. 2 areas of high pressure. That's large ridge in the southeast, an upper level ridge to the north. That upper level ridge is going to slide a little bit farther to the east over the next couple of days. So that's what's going to change up our weather pattern and give us more of a southerly flow along the bottom end of that. But most of the east coast is under that big heat dome. The good news is next week, this is the temperature outlook here starting on September 11th, which is next week, and we'll have below average temperatures. So going from well above average and record breaking to below average numbers. Hopefully you still have access to a pool somehow. You want to get cool this afternoon. We're talking about mid-80s next hour and upper 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. UV index in that high category. Make sure to get that sunblock on. Kind of plan ahead if you're going to be outdoors for any length of time. 99 in Frederick and Baltimore today. 99 Laurel, 94 in Annapolis. Low to mid 90s for the eastern shore. Even up and down the 95 corridor. Almost 100 in D.C. and Richmond today. Mid 90s in Philly. Mid 80s in Ocean City. And we still have those dangerous rip currents to deal with here on the eastern shore. Future scan stays dry today and tomorrow. The big change is going to be that ridge that slides off to the east, and on Thursday brings more of that southerly flow. This is coming ahead of a cold front, so that prompts the potential for some showers, possibly some strong to severe thunderstorms on Thursday afternoon into the evening time, and then another round of a few showers and storms will be possible on Friday as well as we kind of get unsettled heading into the weekend. Here's an updated look at your holiday countdown. Just 5 days until the Ravens opener, the autumnal equinox in just 18 days from right now, and today marks 8 weeks until Halloween, so 56 days out from when we get all that candy, at least the kids do. All right, so our weather alert day is today. More than likely need one tomorrow, too. Thursday and Friday will be a little bit cooler. Looking actually like we're going to dry out enough for that Ravens game on Sunday. Maybe a stray shower or two, and then weather looking real nice for the O's when they come back next week.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Looking out our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and this is a look at 83 southbound Old Pimlico Road area. Traffic moving nicely as we head into now this 9 o'clock hour.
In just 5 days, the Ravens will host the Houston Texans at M&T Bank Stadium. Still ahead, how the flock is looking ahead of this week's game.
And Weber's Farm this morning. Now we're out here where you can pick your own. That's right. We'll tell you all about it coming up. It's Fox 45 Morning News, all local. Let me take a bite here, Kenny. All morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, when you think of fall, you think of this classic activity, apple picking. It's just hard to do today, I think, because it's so hot.
I know, it's hard to get your mind there, but Mark Clark is out at Weber's farm. He's overlooking the apples. He's getting us ready for the fall season and all that comes with it. Mark, that apple you bit into sounded mighty juicy.
Man, it's not only juicy, it's massive. And so Jake was telling me this is like if Honeycrisp and something else had a baby. This is what you get. What's this mixture?
This is a cross between the Honeycrisp and the Fuji apple. Both great snacking apples. The Honeycrisp, of course, a very crunchy apple. The Fuji is a very sweet apple. The Honeycrisp is sweet and tart, so this is a fantastic eating apple.
Fantastic. Okay, so when you pick your own, which you offer here at your wonderful farm, what are we looking for, Jake? So look at these. How do I know which one to pick?
With the apples, you're looking for the color. You're looking for this nice, well, and of course, it all depends on the variety of apple you're picking, but these Somerset apples, you look for this nice red color. Now you see this one here is not ripe yet. If you pick it, it's just not going to be ready to eat.
So she's not ready, Jake. She's not ready.
This one?
She looks like she's almost ready, right?
Yeah, looking pretty good. Now the trick with picking apples is you grasp it firmly and you twist. And it should come right off. Now, we get the apples this big by thinning them out. We knock off most of the apples that grow on the tree, so the ones that are left get nice and big.
Well, is it true that one bad apple don't spoil the whole bunch, girl? Oh, give it one. Oh, I'm sorry. So,
actually, no. A bad apple will spoil the other apples around it.
That song was a lie.
So what you have to do is go through and grade your apples, which we do. We take the ones that have marks like this here. This happens, see a little bit of physical injury. This is actually from not getting enough water with not getting enough rain, and then that will cause the skin to crack. We would make an apple like this into apple cider.
And it's not just apples, you guys got blueberries out here. What else you have out here, Jake?
Well, we have blueberries, we have blackberries, black raspberries, strawberries, peaches. We call this our peach berry farm because it's got lots of peaches, lots of berries, and we have our cut your own flowers.
Okay.
And we're also growing tomatoes and mums.
Okay, too much stuff going on, Jake. We'll have to come back and see you guys. Again, what a great way to spend an afternoon with the family in deliciousness, guys.
So you're showing all that, but then we like to go down the slide that they have there, go over to the kids area, the petting farm. I mean, then go through the, and you know, they've got those apples. Look at Jake. Jake's not a small man. That's why they're growing those big old apples.
That's right.
All right.
That's exactly right, Patrice.
There, Mark. We'll see you when you get back here. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
All right, we are seeing record-breaking temperatures this week with highs in the upper 90s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know when we'll get a cool down.
Transportation troubles continue for Howard County schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, the improvements that parents and students can expect this week. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore. This is Fox 45. Good Day, Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Weather Alert Tuesday. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen's off, and we need to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the heat, the dangerous heat levels.
Yeah, and this is something we talk about usually in June and July, and we actually have seen our hottest temperature of the year. That happened just yesterday. So we went through the entire summer not making it above 97 degrees, or at least the June, July, and August months, and we got to 99 yesterday, and we're on our way to the same number today. Record-breaking temps today for the third day in a row. We're weather alert because of the dangerous heat and humidity combined. Looks nice outside right now, but it is already warm out over the Inner Harbor and all over the region. In fact, 84 Rosedale, Essex, Middle River, 83 in Dundalk, 82 in Brooklyn Park. Glen Burnie, you're in at 83 right now. Hopefully you've already got your yard work and gardening done, and get that watering done in the evening time tonight, not in the middle of the day, because look at these temperatures, mid to upper 90s. Today and tomorrow, we're going to be real close to 100 degrees. Finally, by Thursday, a little bit of a break, but we're tracking some showers and even some thunderstorms. Hopefully that will also help with some of the dry conditions that we have out there. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
9:31 new this morning. One person is dead after an early morning crash in southwest Baltimore. It happened just after 3 this morning on South Fulton Avenue. Police say 2 cars crashed into each other. The driver of one of those cars, a 53-year-old woman, was killed. The 2 people in the second car were taken to the hospital. Police say they are both stable. Continuing coverage this morning, a local community still reeling after those shots rang out outside of a high school football game in the city.
It sounded like drums at first. It happened Friday night when Loyola Blakefield, a school in Towson, came to Baltimore to play Dunbar. Now, some are questioning if the shooting could keep people away from the city.
Shannon Lilly has more with those concerns and how the mayor is responding.
Yeah, this morning, that shooter is likely still at large. Police have yet to release a suspect description, but just hours after that shooting happened on Friday, Mayor Scott was confident that this is yet another case of an illegal gun being used to carry out crime. Those terrifying moments all captured on a live stream. Take a look. Those gunshots sending student athletes, coaches, and fans scrambling, all still in broad daylight. Police say a 12-year-old boy was injured by that gunfire outside of the game. And according to Acting Commissioner Richard Worley, private security chased down the suspect, but he still got away. Now we're hearing from an economist on how this case of gun violence in the city could have a ripple effect.
Along with Loyola Blakefield players and coaches come alumni, friends, family, so on and so forth. Again, this interchange between city and county, which we all want, but instead of celebrating these young men and their athletic pursuits, we see violence and we see fans in panic. Other counties do not want to play against city teams in the city. Will this keep friends and family, alumni away from such games? And does this affect the attendance of other events in the city as well, not just those attendees that would attend a Friday night high school football game?
He says that could certainly be a possibility. Meanwhile, this morning we are learning that 12-year-old boy is still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to Howard County schools, where it's been a bumpy start, to say the least, in the new year for students as they were trying to get their buses. They were either arriving late, some not even showing up at all. Last week, the superintendent addressed those issues, and this week we're expecting an improvement. Olivia Dance joining us live in Columbia this morning with an update from the school district. Olivia?
Well, Tom, 20 bus routes were impacted by the transportation troubles, but today 12 of those 20 routes were restored. Some of those buses take students right here to Wild Lake High School, but the school district says that they still expect some delays again this week. We're already seeing some this morning, especially for the schools that start at 8:40 and 9:15 in the morning. Last week, Superintendent Michael Martirano gave an update on the delays and said their new bus contractor, Zoom Transportation, based out of California, had 20 drivers call out temporarily suspending the 20 bus routes. I asked the superintendent if he now regrets his decision to sign a contract with Zoom, a contract that accounts for more than half the school system's total bus budget. Take a listen to what he said.
For the last several years, having 95 to 105 vacancies every year is not acceptable either. So we wanted to implement a different delivery with a different contract that had access to a national body of individuals who could come in and support us as bus drivers.
He says the contract was an effort to combat bus driver vacancies. Other errors that contributed to the bus issues include contractor technology issues and the data and routes provided to contractors, causing drivers to get lost. The district says bus drivers were out this weekend practicing their routes to ensure they can be as efficient as possible for this second week of school. Adjustments to school start times by no more than 10 minutes are also being considered. The district says it continues to work to fix the issues, and any updates can be found on the district website, including updates about buses that are running behind. I've been checking the website all morning, and it currently is showing that 30 buses are still delayed this morning. For now, reporting live in Howard County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Continuing coverage in Harford County, today marks 1 month since the murder of 37-year-old Rachel Morin.
The prolonged search for a suspect is prompting some to question why police haven't announced more progress in the investigation.
We worry very much that the perpetrator of this act, this heinous act, is still out there.
I think everybody's waiting answers. Yeah, I mean, it's a hot topic around town.
Well, the latest update from the Harford County Sheriff's Office was more than 2 weeks ago. They claim DNA evidence matches a potential suspect, but it has not led to an arrest, and they do not know where he could be. Morin's sister, Rebecca, took to social media last week to write in part, if this person is not identified soon, he will do it again. In another post, she requested the community's help distributing flyers with a description of the crime and a picture of the alleged suspect displayed. The sheriff's office says they have been working around the clock, sorting through more than 500 tips, and they're not slowing down.
In a statement, a spokesperson for their office writing, quote, "This case is far from cold. There are still leads being pursued and technological evidence still being processed." They're also calling on the community to keep sending in the tips, writing, quote, "No matter how insignificant they feel the information they have might be, and it could be the piece of information that unlocks the case."
A legal challenge to Georgia's redistricting map, the implication it could have on other southern states ahead of the election.
We are weather alert and entering another day with extreme heat. Just ahead, how long this heat wave could last. And you're taking a live look at East Middle School in Carroll County. If you take a look at the left side of, well, if you just see this, you can see there's where Westminster High used to be located. That's the construction fence there. So a new school being erected here as students are inside this school year, starting off their first day in Carroll County. 9:40. We have some breaking news this morning. The Maryland Public Service Commission orders BGE to allow customers options when it comes to gas regulator location. And this comes after a months-long fight in Fells Point and Federal Hill areas to stop the installation of gas regulators from the outside of their homes. There were some arrests made, too, with those protesters. Some Baltimore homeowners say they opposed outside regulators because of the possibility of damage to historic properties. Utility company stood by its position. The regulators improved safety and avoided catastrophic events on its gas infrastructure.
An ongoing battle over Georgia's redistricting map could have a significant impact on the 2024 election.
I want to get right over to Taylor Stewart. She's in our live center with more on this court battle. Taylor.
Let's talk about the implications, you guys. Democrats in Georgia could gain a seat in the House and multiple seats in the legislature. That is if a judge rules that Republicans illegally drew maps to weaken black voter rights in the state. A trial that starts today is part of a wave of litigation after the U.S. Supreme Court stood by its decision to support the Voting Rights Act. It rejected Alabama's challenge to that law. Now, this case is expected to last 2 weeks. If the judge rules against the state, he'll likely order more Georgia Republican-controlled assembly to redraw their district maps. Before the 2024 congressional and legislative elections even take place, look at this here. The court cases that have challenged district lines, though, after the 2020 census could shape congressional elections beyond just Georgia. We're talking about Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, South Carolina, Texas. So we'll keep our eyes on this for you and bring you the latest here at the Live Center.
Well, the Birds are taking on the Los Angeles Angels today. Still ahead, a recap of yesterday's game, plus an update on their #1 overall pick from 2022.
In just 5 days, the Ravens will be hosting the Houston Texans at M&T Bank Stadium. This man right here is ready. One of the Ravens super fans in studio talking about which players he's watching for this upcoming season. Flexing his guns right now. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Big football thing.
All right, you see this guy, you know what time it is. Baltimore is gearing up for the highly anticipated start of the football season. The first game is this Thursday, but the Ravens are playing on Sunday. And we've got Ravens superfan, Captain Defense, joining us just to talk about the season, your outlook, and what we all think is going to happen.
I'm pretty hyped going into season 27. Lamar Jackson got new weapons. He's got a new contract. New money.
Yes.
Right.
A lot of money.
He got a couple of dollars. New attitude. So I'm excited. We got new weapons. You know, we got Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, and we got OBJ.
Yeah.
So we're in a good place. And
Is D your first name and Fence your last name, like officially on your birth certificate?
Yes, it has D and it says Fence.
That's how it works.
Yes.
And do you want to question him?
Yes.
I mean,
No, I've never.
Yes, I've been doing this for quite a while. But I'm excited. I really am.
OBJ. I mean, there's just buzz around him. How much does this add to the buzz, add to the team, and his ability to add to the team?
Right, because I tell people all the time, OBJ's got his money, he's got a contract, and more importantly, he's a father. He doesn't have to be the guy now because he's in a good place. So if he's number 2 and he can help Lamar, we win games. That's a big addition, and his leadership.
The leadership. That's what we're going to talk about. That's one thing, though, that Ravens have always been known for. I mean, you talk about it, you go back to number 52. I mean, he owned the locker room and everything outside of it. And then you had Ed Reed stepping in, and then you had T. Sizzle a little bit with Suggs. Now you're like, okay, I'm looking for that other one. You're thinking Lamar, but Lamar's really kind of eased back and is just the player. And now you think, okay, OBJ is going to be the one that's the leading in the locker room.
Hey, I'm not used to seeing it on the offensive side of the ball.
Hence his name, defense, right?
Oh, yes, he's a welcome addition. Yes, he's got great leadership.
Do you think, speaking with Captain Defense right now, do you think the Ravens are now more of an offensive team? Because they've always been known as a defensive team. Do you think that has shifted?
Don't bite your tongue, man. We're about defense, man.
Defense wins games, don't you know?
Right. Offense sells tickets, but defense wins championships.
That's right.
Don't leave home without it.
Well, it's tough to Marlon Humphreys because I'm like, what's going to happen with his injury and everything? So
he's going to be back.
Yeah, he's going to be back in like 1 or 2 games a game. Okay. He's fine.
All right, so the outlook for the season, what do you see for us? What's the long play?
Try to not be biased.
I'm not trying to be biased. Look, I've been doing this a long time, right? I'm a fan for championships, not for conference championships. So I got enough T-shirts. I'm about Super Bowls and winning.
So that's all you see.
That's all I see.
Super Bowl or bust.
What else am I in this for? Playoff appearance? Of course not.
Like that.
I'm in this for Super Bowls. I'm in this for the long haul.
Playoffs don't mean anything.
So you think record? Do you think this year? What do you think? 12-5?
12. Yes, right.
12. Okay.
12 and 13 wins. We got a tough schedule, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any one game that you're most excited to see? What matchup?
Let me see.
Or all of them.
Cincinnati.
Okay.
Our first 6 games of the season are in the AFC.
Yeah.
So we got a chance to make
it's going to be a real measuring stick to see how well we do as the Ravens being in the AFC.
And we do good with rookie quarterbacks. We got Richardson and we got the guy from Texas.
There's another team too that plays in Baltimore. I don't know. It's another sport, right?
Of course. Dogs. They won yesterday.
Yeah, they did. See,
they're pretty good.
Defense knows all about it too.
They're pretty good.
We want to take you to Camden Yards live right here. The team's top prospect, a 19-year-old Captain Defense. Jackson Holiday is only 1 year removed from high school, but today he will be making his AAA debut. He's now being promoted to the Norfolk Tides, and he's just one step away from major leagues.
Okay.
This comes as the Birds take a late-night win over L.A., the Angels, last night. After a tight game, the Orioles managed to widen the score pretty late in the game, coming out with a win, 6-3. Tonight, the teams go back at it in L.A. This is for a 3-game series, so Game 2 tonight. First pitch, 9:38.
Yeah, and it's exciting too because Holiday was playing up there at Aberdeen and was just doing damage up there. So it's good to see him down in Norfolk. Captain Defense, thanks for being here. We're excited about the Ravens. We're excited about the O's. We always are. Such a great sports town here in Baltimore. And man, it is hot. The good news is it is not going to be this hot when we get to that Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. So we do have cooler temperatures for this weekend. Looking at our Towson cam right now, lots of sunshine that is out there. Now we are weather alert. We shifted into weather alert mode about 7:30 this morning, right as the National Weather Service hoisted up that heat advisory from most areas. They got the record-breaking temperatures for the 3rd day in a row, and it's the dangerous heat combined with the humidity, which is why we have the issue. And that's what you can see right here. All of these areas in orange, starting at noon today, going until 8 o'clock tonight for the heat advisory, which is going to be in effect probably tomorrow as well. And this is why those numbers in the low triple digits, that's your feels like temperatures today, even a little bit warmer tomorrow or hotter because we've got a little bit more humidity. So we're talking about low to mid 100-degree temperatures on your Wednesday afternoon as well. We'll probably have to be in weather alert again. Now, we've had 2 days in a row of records. 2 more are on tap. 96 is the record today. 98 is tomorrow. We're already at 84, so we're well on our way to the upper 90s today, and then we may even hit that 100-degree mark tomorrow afternoon. Luckily, it looks like Thursday's 101 record is safe, with temperatures that will start to come back down a little bit by Thursday afternoon. You got to think about hot water safety or hot weather safety and have a lot of cool or cold water, staying hydrated. The loose and lightweight clothing, want to take plenty of breaks in the shade or the AC. And this heat dome, it's not really moving much over the next couple of days. We've got 2 large areas of high pressure kind of working in conjunction with each other. They're going to continue to keep all of the rain away and keep all the heat on top of us, kind of like a big old heat dome. But next week, we've got below average temperatures. So all these areas here in blue, which include all of us here in Baltimore and Central Maryland, are going to be in the below average category. So we just have to get through these next couple of days before we'll get back into some actual fall-like conditions. Mid to upper 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Those kids starting school in Carroll this morning with hot temperatures. Upper 90s continue for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge, for Howard County over to Anne Arundel County. 98 in Glen Burnie and 97 in Severna Park this afternoon. Eastern Shore counties also. Cecil, Kent, Caroline counties getting back after it today. Low to mid 90s for your high temperatures this afternoon. Now, if you do want to go flying today, pilots, you got to check that density altitude. It is going to be VFR and hot visual flight rules, but hot conditions out there, even a bit gusty at times with some of that northerly wind coming in on the top of that ridge of high pressure. Tomorrow, same thing, more of that heat and humidity building. Thursday, ahead of our next weather maker, that's going to be a cold front, finally changing things up. We'll bring that chance for showers and storms Thursday afternoon into Friday. So not only will that change up the pattern, but it will also help to cool us down a bit. Instead of upper 90s, we're talking mid 90s Thursday. And then those numbers finally back off into the 80s. And yeah, looking ahead to the Ravens game Sunday, some cloud cover, maybe a stray shower or two, but 84, not bad for a September 1st game at home. And then the O's again back here next Monday. Temps also looking good for that.
All right, here we go. How many chicken wings do you think you could eat in 12 minutes? For one Australian man, it is 276.
You think that number's out of this world? Well, guess what? His name's James Webb, so it kind of ties in with that. He won a new world record at the U.S. Buffalo Wing Eating Championship. Mr. James Webb, who is number 5 in the Major League Eating ranking,
says number 1 with that.
Seriously, and he says he's shocked by his win.
I was just trying to clean the bones as best I could. I know I'm not as fast as these guys, but if they're going to weigh leftovers, if there's less chicken, well, I had a chance, right? So I guess my style works. I'm so shocked right now. I'm just grateful.
This is all mind-boggling, because if someone ate more than him and his were just the cleanest, that number, all of it is just mind-boggling. All right, if you were wondering, Webb averaged eating 23 wings per minute.
I mean, you're thinking, okay, if he hit the lightest weight, does he eat? There's got to be a couple bones that went through there. His system, my goodness. All right. Well, all right, with all that chicken making you hungry, maybe we are weather alert due to extreme heat and humidity. We just heard Justin talking about it. Our meteorologist, he'll be back to let us know how the next 10 days are shaping up.